make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet. Yeah, we were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, coming to you 250 miles above your imagination in the international fake station here. I'm flying along in this IT nightmare, bringing you truth and all kinds of good shit from up here with my good friend and co-pilot Something Wong, who just keeps us at a level field. Oh, and it looks like I'm joined by Ironworks back here. Let's bring him up. What's going on, bro?
Hey, Sav family, what's good? Sav, thanks
What's
for having me,
going
man.
on? No doubt, no doubt. Let me give a shout out real quick. I got a bunch of people out here already. We got Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara. We got Alan Nordstrand's with us, ZXL Master, who is in competition. Now listen, we got to quit letting that sucker win in the comment sections. ZXL Master is always the first in there. Now I got a couple in there that they compete with him and they get him sometimes, but y'all gonna have to try to beat ZXL Master at being the first one to comment on the video after the live stream is over. He's been killing it with that. I got Mojo Shops in the house. Saddle Bum, what's going on? We got Half Warrior, Subi Ratio, Riley Studios. Boy, we got everybody piling in here tonight. Singe Man, who else? Alan Nordstrand. I've seen that guy around before. Cryptrick, good to see you, my man. Y'all want to check out Cryptrick's podcast? If you can be cool enough to put that link in there, Rick, so that people can check you out. I was on there, intend on going on again. Good show, man. You might be interested in it too. Ironworks, Rick, you guys might want to get into something there.
Yeah, yeah, totally.
There's Mojo, what's happening, brother? Let me see. Psyop within a Psyops here. Spyro Gonzalez. Oh my God, I got everybody.
Tony Coriolis.
There's a whole bunch and a host of others. And the usual suspects. The usual suspects. That's right, man. We've got Scholar Kevin back here. What's happening, Scholar Kevin? Say hello to the people at home. Oh, he's locked up. He's locked up. So anyway, I was recently, I've stopped covering a lot of. There he is. Scholar unlocked. He unlocked.
He's got a case. He's got a case of the Ironwork.
Yeah,
I had to go pause the YouTube app on my phone.
Now Ironworks is froze up. Fucking Starlink. We gotta wait for it to come back around. Wait till Starlink comes back around. He'll come back.
I was over there talking crap about his internet, and automatically I just froze up. It's amazing.
I thought Starlink was supposed to be super futuristic and the answer to everything, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Well,
like
it is.
dial-up
It is
2.0.
for now. Until you wait, you'll see when Elon sends everybody to fucking Mars. And he's gonna be like, come on, man. People are still talking about that shit. It's like I can remember, God, I was probably 12 years old, man. And we got the Viking probe goes up, right?
Yeah,
The
1975.
Yeah, dude, I was a paper boy, and I can remember I was delivering the Oakland Press, and it was the first time they had a color photograph on the newspaper, and I was delivering that, and it was a photograph from the Viking mission on Mars, and it was all red and everything, and yeah, I was like, man, it won't be long, man. By the time I'm an adult, man, space travel is just going to be as common as flying to Florida. You know, that's how they had us fucking conditioned. Now they're still doing that. They're still saying that. And you've got these younger kids. That's what cracks me up. I'll be arguing with them. They're going, you're going to see when space travel goes commercial. Yeah, buddy, I've been waiting for it since I was 12, bud.
Yeah,
you
right.
know,
I was younger than you talking that same mess, Junior.
Exactly. They just keep kicking the fucking can down the road, you know? And it's like, that's why it was wild. I saw that on Modern Day Debates, and that's what I wanted to look at here tonight was a debate with Kyle Adams and another fella regarding the legitimacy of the moon landings. And I don't cover too many debates because it's always with the fucking same guys, man. It's always Toon or Craig or one of those idiots. So this time I was like, oh, cool. Kyle Adams and this other fella, I don't know anything about him. You know, he's not one of the people we see all the time, the mouthiest ones. So I thought it would be a good one to cover tonight. You know, I just can't believe that there's people still believe it. That's my thing.
Kyle Adams, he's a flat earther, and he is a Mormon or a Christian, or it may be the same thing.
I'm not sure what his denomination is.
Good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's pretty logical dude. He's put out some pretty good videos. They're straight to the point. I watched one here not long ago he did on the equivalency principle. And you know, you can reference that. What the hell is the name of his channel? Maybe he's got it on here. Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Yeah, my youngest nephew is like super excited to become an astronaut and go to the moon and all that. And it's, you know, I've got 7 nieces and nephews, and none of them have really gone for the whole Santa Claus thing. So now this is what I imagine it's like trying to talk with a young family member, like, Santa's not real though. You know, you understand this, right? And so like I'm having to talk with my youngest nephew, and he's all excited about going to space and going to the moon and all that.
Oh, come on. Yeah.
and it's like, I don't know how to frame this. And my sister is totally not on with the whole flat earth and NASA's lying thing. So
yeah, and look, they're not doing anybody any favors either. What did I see came up on Facebook? A thing where you can, it's only $32,000 to get a master's degree in space economy.
Oh my god!
Right?
Waste.
What would you ever use that for?
To get a job at Starbucks?
I already applied to NASA for a job. There was no space.
Yeah, right. Plenty of space at Starbucks, though. They're still hiring. UPS is hiring. That's what you can do with that degree.
But no, shit. I was like, you got to be shitting me. I would pull it off like a Band-Aid. You know, if you got to come off as the crazy uncle, you come off as the crazy uncle. But my grandfather, you know, even though he said there was no way anybody ever sent anybody to the moon, right? And he said the earth wasn't a globe. You know, he didn't believe any of that dumb shit, right? And I just thought, well, that's because he's from an earlier time when people weren't as smart as they are now. Right? My grandfather was right on the fucking money. My dad's dad. Yeah. I find out he was right on the fucking money.
So was your grandfather a silent generation or boomer?
He was he was like right between wars, right? He was born in 1907. So
Okay.
that made him actually too young for World War I, and then he was too old for World War II.
Ha! Perfect.
But he
Wow.
did work plant security at Fisher Body because it had converted over to weapons manufacturing. They were building, I think, P-38 Lockheed Lightnings there.
Nice.
And yeah, that's pretty crazy. And then my dad, he barely missed Korea. He had just got back from taking his physical for the draft, and he got a letter in the mail from Fisher Body that he'd been accepted as an apprentice for tool and die, and skilled trades were exempt from the draft.
Ooh,
Man, you got some lucky genes, man.
you got lucky genes.
That's pretty lucky, man. My
Yeah.
dad wouldn't have lasted in Korea. No way. No
That
way.
was a terrible, terrible war. Freezing cold when it got cold. And
Mhm.
just the guys were fighting. It was bayonet on bayonet, hand-to-hand combat in in many instances.
Chinese. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
Nah.
So anyway, like I was saying, I watched I've watched a few of Kyle's videos, and the one on equivalency principle, that was pretty good. He really did a good job on that. You can look on his channel.
Mm-hmm.
I put the link to the debate in the description of this live, and in that description is his channel link. Let me see, I got it right here too. I'll put it in the chat, and y'all can look at that. But that brings me to this upward rising earth nonsense that we keep hearing about. And it's just the equivalency principle is what they're trying to evoke. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
No.
And you know, they're trying to really, and it's funny that you mention it because they're really starting to say it, and they're saying it a lot. It doesn't matter how much protest we do behind it. There's a reason for that. They're trying to seed everybody's mind so that everybody can hear it. And even though it's not true, people just continue to hear it. And then people are just going to start saying, oh, well, you believe that the earth is rising at 9.8, you know, whatever it is.
I don't believe that at all. And here's the problem too, is that they find that this 9.8 meters per second squared is not a constant. It's a variable because it's an average. It's an average. It doesn't go at that rate all the time. And in some tests, it's gone as much as 9.11 meters per second squared. So what we do find is where do they do this test at? In what? Oh, a vacuum. Oh, I'm not even going to call it a vacuum because there's no such thing as a vacuum. Okay, I'm going to call it a very low pressure environment. Okay, VLP. So what did they do? What's different in the VLP as opposed to out here? Oh, the medium. So you can change the rate of acceleration by increasing or decreasing the density of the medium. That's interesting. So you modulated the medium and not gravity. Their gravity wasn't modulated at all. So it was never an independent variable. What was the independent variable? Oh, it's the medium. Well, let's keep playing with that then. Let's increase the density and see what happens. You see, and it falls right the fuck apart. Till you increase the density. It's like this. Either the medium, the object will either displace the medium and sink, or the medium will displace the object and push it away.
It'll be neutral, or it'll float. Now, a lot of folks don't know that because we've all, like, everybody's been taught that. Well, light in a medium. Well, this object in a medium. Well, that one in a medium. I mean, everything, and we don't know what it means. We just know we have to say it so it makes everything else valid.
Well, this is the thing, the misconception that there's ever a condition where something is not subject to a medium. It always is. We lost our friend. I don't know what happened.
He fell off. I wonder if it was.
That's all right. He'll probably be back. But there's never a time where something is not subject to a medium. Never. Even in your quote unquote vacuum chamber or very low pressure environment, you still have a medium. Otherwise, there would not be a pressure at all.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's why that Sandusky laboratory has a level in which it reaches. It reaches its limit at 10 to the negative 6
Mhm.
torr, where apparently the moon is supposed to be 10 to the negative 17, and we can't replicate anything greater than 10 to the negative 6. And with 10 to the negative 6 torr pressure or
Right.
lack of pressure, that vacuum, we have to have those layers upon layers of concrete and
Mhm.
all that metal and stuff.
Right.
You know what I'm
Well,
saying? It's not
and
even the
here's
best
the thing:
one.
there's no such thing as a matterless environment.
Mm,
There is no such thing as an environment where it is completely devoid of all matter. There's always something there. Anytime there's any emptiness, something fills its place.
mhm.
Always, always,
And
and
it's funny.
especially with gases.
It's crazy because what's his name? The the NASA shills and Apollo detectives, they're basically like the same channel. With Marcus Allen, you know, the
Yeah,
British
yeah.
guy. Oh
I like
dear,
those
oh
guys,
dear.
man.
Yeah, I love watching their stuff. So they had some new stuff over the last 2 days, and you know, how they meticulously dissect Apollo is over the. I'm like, you know what? You guys are true earthers. You don't even know it. You guys are like sitting right on the fence, and you don't even know it. They don't want to
Right.
comment on it, but I let it ride. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because look, it's like it's probably for the same reason as what. Like I don't think like when Eddie Bravo was on with Dave
damn.
Weiss on the Alex Jones.
Uh-huh.
Really wished that Eddie would have just shut the fuck up. You know, you can't go start introduce somebody to flat earth and then, which is what was happening with a lot of the audience and stuff. See, those were people that were first being introduced to it. Let Dave drive. Okay, just let Dave Weiss drive, right? Don't come in, start blasting people with fucking mud flood and Tartaria. Now that's just overload.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna take that. That they're just gonna go, whoa, this guy's crackers. He's off his fucking hinges, right? You can't do that. You can't just blast everybody with everything all at once.
Yeah,
Usually it just
exactly.
starts with planting a seed,
Yeah.
pointing out some impossibilities and let that meld in their mind. You're not going to
Mhm.
come to it all of a sudden. It's going to fucking sprout from their own mind.
Yeah.
And that's how
And
you have to come to it.
and that's something that I've said quite a few times on my channel is, okay, you have 5 minutes. What are your top 3 topics? You have 5 minutes. Somebody is interested in knowing what it is this whole flat earth craziness is about.
Mhm.
You've got 5 minutes to deliver. What do you deliver then? Right? So how do you start? Where does it come from? What are you going to give them that you feel is going to pique their interest and make them do some extra research? And Eddie Bravo is like, yo, close your eyes, put your hands out, and he gets the big old bag of just
Oh yeah, I
everything
can
in.
listen, but
Oh,
if what I'm saying with that is just like with these guys. Okay, so to bring the point home, they don't want to blow a bunch of people that are like still dissecting this, because I was first on the idea that we never went to the moon. Okay,
yeah.
man
And
never
Mark,
went to the
good
moon.
point, because Mark Pugner down there, he says just that. He makes that point. He's like, if you're
Yeah,
gonna talk to a flat earther, that's like the first thing you should say.
right. Well, that's one of the first things, but here's one of the biggest problems too, is that these people are always wanting to look into the sky. First
Mhm,
thing they do.
mhm.
First thing they do. Okay, well, why do you think the Earth's a globe? Look at the sky. No, I said the Earth, not the sky. What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
Mhm.
Okay, not the excuses you've been given to verify to make you believe that it's a globe.
Yes.
I'm asking you about the Earth itself. But since you brought up the sky, that's a good thing. You
Mm.
are claiming the sun is a big ball of burning hydrogen or hydrogen plasma or whatever else, with you not taking into account you first have to have a ball of hydrogen for it to become plasma.
Yep.
How do you get a ball of hydrogen to form under any conditions?
Well,
Okay,
everybody know it's nuclear fission. That's how.
well, but how did it come, how did it gather together in the first place?
Because of math and it's nuclear fission. Don't
Because of math.
you've never done science before, man?
Well,
And it's like
sure.
they're serious. Like this is their train of thought.
Can you trap a fart? And if you do you have to use a container or can you just carry it around?
Yeah,
You see
right.
what I'm getting at? You see what
Yeah.
I'm getting at? So you
Yeah.
can't have, the problem is gas molecules are not bonded to one another. So they're never going to stick to one another in order to form a cohesive mass, much less one big enough to crush in on itself and become plasma and nuclear fusion and all this other nonsense. We got to go right to the basics.
Yep.
All of a sudden, despite all gas behavior in all of the world, everywhere in physics, despite the way gas behaves, for some reason, gas molecules decided to go against their natural behavior and join together instead of just giving way to free elastic collisions like they're known to do. That's dumb.
And do you see like as we're talking about this, there's supposedly a Parker space probe on its way to and around the sun and headed back towards Earth, moving at a speed of over 400,000 miles an hour. This is what we're told.
Yeah.
So the sun being as big as it is, it's supposed to supposedly have this gravitational pull. Well, guess what's avoiding the gravitational pull? But at the same time, it's somehow managing to make it inside the atmosphere of the sun. That's
And then
somehow
escape.
that it's
Yeah.
somehow cooler within the sun's atmosphere than it is barely slightly outside the sun's atmosphere. Listen, I don't freaking know how they do it, but this is what they're talking about, right? And then what happens is it gets a sample from that atmosphere and then it leaves. And then it comes back to us.
Wow.
Like this is what they said. This ain't me.
Wow, I know. And there's people believe that dumb shit. That's what's so fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah. Oh,
wow. What is this
then,
shit made out of? What's it made? It's made out of what? Unobtainium or
dude, that with adamantium mixed in with vibranium.
There you go. That's got to be it.
Yeah.
That's got to be it. It's some kind. God damn, these people.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the US has been mining in Wakanda apparently.
I have not watched this yet. I have not watched any of this yet. So we'll see how this goes. If they talk slow, I will speed the damn speed of it up. And I'm not even sure who's the moderator. I hope it's not Ryan. That guy's terrible.
Ryan.
He is. Ryan, the young kid guy. Let me see. Oh, it's not. Cool. It's James.
Hey, everybody. Today we're debating whether or not the moon landing was forged, and we are starting right now with Kyle's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Kyle. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. Really excited to be here as always. I'm Kyle Adams. I teach in the Flat Earth Institute of Science. My channel name is Abolish NASA. And in checkers, there's a move or a position where you can find an opponent piece up against the wall. And if they move one way, you can jump them. And if they move the other way, you can jump them. We're kind of in a situation here that I want to present with you today. But in this case, I want to present two different NASA claims, and I want you to choose between the two. You can sacrifice one or you can sacrifice the other. I'm going to call this double jeopardy. Okay. So as we know, the more time we spend falling without any kind of resistance, the faster we fall. This is the acceleration, right? And so if you jump off the top of a ladder, it's going to hurt a lot more than if you were to jump off of the bottom of the ladder because of this. Now, when it comes to the moon landing, NASA claims that the rocket had to go around the Earth. Okay? They had to follow this arch trajectory to go around the Earth and to use the Earth's gravity to what I call, it's the lunar slingshot, okay? Or the gravity assist, as they call it more frequently. Okay, so they go around the Earth to slingshot.
See, hold on. This is why this is dumb to me, because if the thing only has weight because of the Earth's gravity, how are you slinging it away from the source of its own weight? Because now it doesn't have any fucking weight. That's just retarded.
That's true. Like,
the moon and
what? Go ahead.
That's true. Like, I didn't even consider that. Do you think then they would say, well, it's not weight, It's mass. We're talking about mass, and then they're going to say those are two different things. And they're
Yeah,
gonna say,
I
so it's
understand that, but
yeah,
mass cannot have weight without gravity, according to what they
that's
say.
that's right.
Mass cannot have weight without gravity. And if you throw the mass away from the source of its weight, then how does it have any weight in order to have any inertia?
How does it even
Does it store it?
how does right? And it's not just, that's crazy, because it's not just the object like the ship, because it's also the things that are within the ship, right? So it's everybody else. Nobody
Yeah,
has
yeah.
any weight.
You're roboting really bad, Ironworks.
So how about now? Am I better?
Yeah, no, it's roboting, like it's like
Oh,
cutting in and out.
all right. Let me get out of this one and that one. Better. Hopefully that's better.
All right, try
Oh,
that.
is
No?
this better?
Oh, not much.
Oh, jeez.
Still
me get
sound
my
like you're
Let
doing
me,
like that. You're
yeah.
doing that thing like on that tune Freakazoid.
I'm gonna get my camera off and see if that helps. How's this better?
No.
Oh my lord.
You might have to drop. You might have to drop.
Yeah, I'm gonna
and come
drop
back
and then
in.
I'm gonna come back in. But yeah,
All right.
let me do that.
All right.
And then they go around the moon again in this figure 8 pattern to slingshot them right back in order to make record time, right? And so this is all based off of that whole thing on the more time you spend falling, the faster you're going to go. So you can believe that. Or you got to ask yourself with these kind of mechanics, okay, well, if that's true, then why doesn't the ISS just continually go faster and faster? Shouldn't it, if it's continually falling around the Earth, it should be continually, getting slingshotted faster and faster around the Earth, right?
Right.
And so I've got some video footage. I don't really have time to share, but I've got it in a video called "Interesting Words from Werner von Braun," and he claims that the reason why the ISS doesn't go faster and faster is, okay, you got the downward pull of gravity, okay, and it gets canceled by the upward force, okay, the upward centrifugal force, okay, or centrifugal force is how he says it. Okay, and so the upward centrifugal force cancels the downward force of gravity, and because of that happens, it gets neutralized, and so the ISS doesn't go continually faster and faster, or rockets or anything in orbit really doesn't go faster and faster. Okay, so you've got two conflicting claims here. You've either got the lunar slingshot, where there is no cancellation, or you got the ISS where, oh yeah, it totally gets canceled. Okay, double jeopardy. Now enters Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he says, guess what, guys? Centrifugal force does not exist. All you get is centripetal force. Okay, centripetal force, by definition, is the force acting upon a body moving along a curved path that is directed toward the center of curvature of that path and constrains the body of that to the body of that path. So where's the center of a globe? Okay, well, that's going to be downward. Okay, centripetal force is going to be a downward force. And so according to Werner von Braun, the downward force of gravity gets canceled by the downward force of gravity. Okay, that doesn't work because you have to have upward canceling downward. Yeah, it's a hot steaming mess right there. And so now you got not just double jeopardy, now you got triple jeopardy. Oh my goodness. But it doesn't just stop there. Okay, now enters Brian Cox and Albert Einstein. Okay, Brian Cox and Albert Einstein say, I've got video footage of him that I don't have time to share, but Brian Cox and Albert Einstein say they've got the bowling ball and the feather demonstration. Okay, they go into the biggest vacuum chamber there is, and they drop the bowling ball and the feather. And Brian Cox says the reason the bowling ball and the feather fall together is because they're not actually falling; they're standing still. It's actually the Earth that rises up to them. Okay, and that's also Dr. Perez-Giz with
Lord.
PBS, who comes right out and says the Earth is actually accelerating upwards. Okay,
Upward to where? Where is up?
These guys. They get paid to bullshit.
I know. It's like,
They
what
get
kind of
paid.
fucking bullshit is that? If you're rotating around, if you're going around and you're doing another fucking while you're orbiting, where's up? What the fuck is that shit? That is like some of the most twisted mind crap I've ever heard in my life.
And then they say up is relative, because remember, it is a globe, because you could be in Australia where up is actually down. And people, don't forget, this is how they confuse people. This is how they confuse us. They confuse us as kids, and this is how they're trying to get your kids too. And then it extends into other things, but keep that in mind.
That's crazy, man. Listen to this. And this guy up here on the left, he's like, yeah, that's fine.
He's like, I just don't want my internet to go bad.
No, man. I think they fuck with this stream, man. That's what I think happens.
Gravity is not a force at all. Okay, that's according to Albert Einstein, Brian Cox, and Dr. Perez-Giz with PBS. So if there is no gravity, gravity is not a force at all. There goes a lunar slingshot. There goes orbital mechanics. Now we're not just talking triple jeopardy. Now we're talking quadruple jeopardy. Okay. And if you think that's bad, it gets worse. Okay. I've got more footage from Brian Cox saying, actually, you know what? There is no proof.
Quasar, then that would mean if the Earth is moving up from all points, that would mean it's constantly expanding. Come on, man. Think. Jesus.
That the Earth moves at all. No centrifuges and no pendulums or anything. None of that proves that the Earth is moving. Okay, that's totally conflicting with his prior statement of, oh, well, actually, the reason why the bowling ball and the feather fall together is because the Earth is moving upwards. But see, now we're talking quintuple, okay? 5 counts of contradiction. So there's this ancient symbol called the Aurora Boreas. Okay, it's not to be confused with Aurora Borealis. This is the Aurora Boreas. It's a symbol of the snake that eats the snake. It's biting its own tail. Okay, and it's often a sign of infinity. Okay, but in this case, whenever you watch a snake that eats its own tail, that snake dies. So this is just eternal contradiction. Okay, when you say one lie, you gotta say another one to cover that one up, and it's just kind of one eternal round of death. And so, yeah, so it's up to you. Choose what you want to sacrifice, because you've got contradicting claims left and right here.
It's always a different story for every scenario. That's what I notice. Ironworks, are you locked up, bro? No, you're good.
No, I'm here.
Oh, there you
I'm here. I'm good.
You were sitting so still.
I'm like, no, but you want to know something? Now they're caught. They're in such a place right now that all they can do is just pour on the lies and find just different ways to distract us. But you got to admit, Saab, that it's effective to a point, but you still have a lot of folks starting to come into their own and realize that they're full of it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think what it took was people having to be able to show how untrustworthy, quote unquote, authoritative sources actually were. In the last 4 years really showed them that. And they started looking in other places. There's still other people who are still going to rely on it. Well, it says so on Google. So that means, it's like, no, use what God gave you. Use what God gave you. Use your mind. You don't accept contradictions because a fucking authoritative source told you to.
Yeah.
Take liberty of your own mind. Don't rely on that nonsense, man. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make fucking sense.
It don't.
And like Kyle points out here, you can't have it all these different ways all at the same time. Just doesn't work, man.
Yeah. At some point you're going to have to be honest with yourself. But these guys are willing to sacrifice some lie. They're like, "All right, they lied a little bit about that, but that doesn't mean this other stuff is false. That just means that they had to hide some things." And so they make excuses for the other lies. And they just continue to do that, and they don't realize that no, you've just been being lied to the whole time. These guys are very smart, right? They seem like if they got
Ah,
it for themselves.
there's Scholar Kevin back. He's coming back.
Scholar Kevin, welcome, brother.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you can't entertain a contradiction just because an authoritative or what you perceive as an authoritative source. See, that's the whole thing. That's what they're playing on, is your perception.
Yep.
There is a massive perception deception going on, and you're programmed to accept or discard information based on your perception of the person or organization that's giving you the information.
Yep.
You have confirmation bias right from the beginning.
Mhm.
You have to be careful of that confirmation bias.
What really sucks is that we've got a lot of grown folks like our age telling our kids, right, all this BS, and the kids are believing it. And then they're just gonna keep spreading the poison. But the powers that be kind of rely on idiots our
Well,
age with kids and everything like that to just continue to spread the lies.
the people are taking their children back. The people are taking their children back. They're taking them out of this public indoctrination system,
Thank God.
which I think should be abolished anyway.
Mhm.
I really do. I think that public education should be abolished.
Everybody,
Absolutely.
everybody used to make fun of me because my sister and I were both homeschooled. She's 18 months older than me, and like a big silver lining on a cloud was I had massive ear infections when I was a child. So when I was 6, I was deaf essentially, and my mom was talking with the school administrator at the place that they were looking to put me in, and they said that they had just changed the format to an open classroom system where essentially we're like in cubicles where there's no ceiling separating all the classrooms, and so just all the background noise was going to be too much and I wouldn't be able to hear and concentrate. And the administrator is like, well, we can put your son in a special ed class because that's separate and all that. And my mom's like, he can't hear. There's nothing wrong with his ability to think. And so at that time, she decided to take my sister, who was in third grade, out of a private school, and took me, or didn't put me in public school, and then just went and started homeschooling us. And so many guys my age would laugh at whenever I said that I was homeschooled, and they just thought I was a country bumpkin and a hick. And it's like, dude, no, like I got to learn so many things that nobody else was learning because it was delight directed learning. So I learned how to make a telegraph, and I learned the dot and dashes.
Morse code,
Did Morse code, yeah.
Morse
Yeah,
code.
awesome.
Wow.
That's awesome, man. Well, and that's the thing too, is they have to dumb the damn class down to the lowest common denominator.
Yep.
And this is what used to piss me off. I was like, at a very young age, I was like, why have you locked me in this room with these idiots? Why have you done this? And they'd be sitting there, and we had those Dick and Jane books for learning to read. Well, I already knew how to read before I even went to school. So I was like, they're sitting there with that thing and see Dick run and I'm like, you stupid motherfucker, you just sounded it out once. Why do you have to do it each time? I'm like, holy shit. And pretty soon, I've read through the whole book. I'm done. Can I go play? No,
Yeah,
you
right.
have to follow along. And I'm like, if I try to follow along, man, and this is probably why I got into smoking weed at a young age, man. I was like, fuck, I cannot deal with this lunacy, man. This
Yeah,
one time, oh man, yeah, I don't even want to get into that.
it was like the lessons kept going. I was already done with them, and then I was just up and just bullshitting the rest of the time. I was like, I'm already
Right.
done with that. Like, you guys are dragging your asses. I'm done.
Well,
Yeah, I already
Props
read
to
the thing.
you,
You want to test me? Ask me about Silly Sally and how many times she fell on her ass. I've read the book, okay?
Well, props to y'all for having gone through that whole asinine, brutal torture of public school system. Yeah, I have a friend of mine who went through the public school system, and he is a literal genius. But the public school went and just was beating it out of him. And
Yeah,
so,
they
like,
make you stupid. It'll make you stupid. Listen, I'm telling you, this is what it is. You give somebody your brain and let them put it in a jar, and they get to stir it around for about 12 years, and then they put ramen noodles back inside. That's what the fuck is going on. It's all part of how this Luciferian world actually works. Everything is the inversion of what it's supposed to be.
Yep.
We have a healthcare system that destroys health. We have a justice system that is criminal. That's why I say it is the best criminal justice system in the world, and it is truly criminal. We have education systems that destroy knowledge and make people stupid. I mean, everything, religion destroys God. Everything is totally upside down.
Word
I mean, look at
speech,
this
freedom
world.
of
We got the
slavery.
Pope talking about having gay marriage and shit. Get the fuck
Pope
out of
having
here.
gay marriage, and then he's gonna go baptize an alien. Like, this guy's like, he's crazy, and people are just going along with it. Now, you want to know, it's a lot of it. The old folks, it goes back to what you said earlier, where they said, well, that's because people back then just didn't have it right. They were just stupider back then. And now that we're starting to see things as they truly are, now we're starting to see that everybody back then, it not only was a lot smarter, but now you're starting to see episodes where people of these old world stuff, where people were living up until like 110. They were called super centenarians. So I think there's like a correlation between your level of education, how much you know, how much wisdom you retain, and also how long you live. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's some kind of small correlation, and just seeing that, it's like fascinating to me. But I think we're starting to see it now, and it's like, damn, man, we had it wrong the whole time. We were so arrogant.
ZXL, behave yourself there. Let's not turn a children's classic reading books into something that we probably that they're trying to replace those with now. Oh my God, they do.
Yeah.
It's getting really bad. Anyway, the moon landing. All right, Kyle. So far, you're killing it, kid. Need to be a little bit more better spoken, but I think he's doing all right.
And how am I on time? Perfect. Okay. So I don't know if you've seen the movie Fly Me to the Moon. I thought it was a great movie. I loved it. There's a lot to it. And one of the things I really enjoy about it is how they really set the stage when it comes to the time period of what was going on during the time of Apollo 11. And one of the big key features is, or one of the major quotes that I really liked from the movie was, "This is what happens when you work for Nixon, who was the president during the time of Apollo 11." And during that time, we can't just say, "Oh, well, it's that president," and it doesn't all just fall on one president. Okay, there's a lot to it. There's a lot more background story, and a lot of that background story we have to think about the other events that were going on in the world at that time. One of those big events was the Vietnam War. The Vietnam War had a lot going on there. Okay. And this was a war that no one wanted to be a part of, and we didn't want to go fight it.
It was a good distraction away from it. Absolutely. 100%. But, Fly Me to the Moon may be pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing it, but I'll tell you, a must see. And I believe you can find it on YouTube. If not, go to Internet Archive, and I know you can find it there. And it's a movie called Capricorn One.
Oh yeah, O.J.
It's
Simpson.
got O.J. Simpson, Sam Waterston, and James Brolin.
And yeah, Hal Holbrook is in there too.
Hal Holbrook's in it. Yeah.
Yep.
And boy, I was amazed that that movie was even allowed to, they actually put that out.
Yeah.
Because
it used to be on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it really shows you that, you know, what could be done and that kind of thing, you know, how, yes, they can actually fake something like this.
Yep.
And they get rid of anybody who tries to blow the whistle on it. Like, remember the guy that was in the control room and he couldn't understand why the signal was coming back from a different place and shit like that? And they said, oh, it's because your machine's fucked up. And he said, no, my machine's not fucked up. The next time that reporter went to his apartment to talk to him, man, there was somebody else living there, had been living there for years and had mail and everything. They just cleaned that guy's existence right out of the fucking world.
Yep. Yep.
And they can do that shit, man. And the way they got to those astronauts was they threatened the families. They threatened their families. They said, you know, they'll say, no, if you don't go along with this, right now, your family's on a plane. Okay. They're on a plane right now. And I'm just saying something could happen if you don't go along with this. And they're like, oh, shit.
Yep.
And so, you know, they have to go along with it because their families are in jeopardy with it.
Exactly.
Right.
And people seem to forget that. Like, it's not just like, well, don't matter. I wanted to harm my, you can hurt me, and then they'll say what they want to say, and then whatever will happen. But once they use your family or those that you have a stake in, and people seem to forget that part all the time. It's like, it's not about your bodily harm, but everybody else's bodily harm.
And they'll be like, you know, the kind of deals like, well, here, we're going to give you $2 million and we won't kill your family. Okay. Or if you don't go along with it, you don't get the $2 million and we kill your family.
Yep.
So what do you know, shit, you know, that even sweetens it up. You know, you're going to get paid too.
Yep.
You know, to keep your family from getting killed. Fuck. What? You know, how many people are not going to take that deal? They're going to go along with it.
Yep.
And who knows how long? And God knows at that level what kind of compromising shit they've got on these people. Who's to say they didn't say, all right, you astronauts did a good training job. We're going to have a big party for you. They drug these fuckers and put them in bed with a bunch of underage hookers or whatever else, right? Take video of it and shit and say, no, this is going to go out.
Yep.
You know,
especially during that time, during that time in the 60s, you know who was heavily involved with that a lot of people don't talk about? Israel, or Ain't Real. Those guys were heavily involved in that stuff.
Yeah.
And so they were getting documentation of guys doing things like that. And I'm sure they've got all those archives and they hold on to it and they use it as evidence.
They've been doing this forever, man. Honeypot operations, man.
Yeah.
This ain't new. That ain't new. Anyway.
And when they couldn't recruit anyone to go and fight in the Vietnam War, they implemented the draft. And we're going to force you to go to war. Go to war or go to jail. That was the whole saying there. And you can imagine what that's going to do to morale. Now, when people start going out to war and coming back fighting, people start bringing back the bodies and people just are dying. Yeah, it's not going to do very much for morale. People really hated this war. And it gets so bad, okay, that you get something called Operation Dewey Canyon. Okay, these are like my heroes right here in Operation Dewey Canyon. Okay, where you get people coming back from Vietnam, and they were so angry about ever having to go that these people are being awarded medals of honor. Okay, tons of like Army medals for their service in Vietnam, and they are throwing their medals right back at the Capitol. Okay, throwing their medals at the Capitol and spitting, saying, "I never wanted these medals. I never wanted any of that." Okay. And that's how furious they were with all of that. Okay. And so Vietnam is this terrible, terrible war that's going on. Okay. And it lasted from 1955 through 1975. And during that time, the government needs a positive. They need a positive to say, to turn people's attention and win favor. Okay, we're still the good guys, is what they want to say. We're trying to do good things.
Still the good guys, and we're going to take you off the gold standard too. So just don't pay attention to that.
Okay, and so they got to say something crazy, something wild, something big. Okay, and their thing was, we're going to send a man to the moon. We're going to go beat the Russians. Okay, and they start doing that, and okay, we get Gus Grissom. Okay, Apollo 1, which the whole moon landing thing, like their efforts were failing. They were failing miserably with Apollo 1, and I think Fly Me to the Moon did a good job of presenting that, their failures of Apollo 1. And when Apollo 1 burned alive, okay, right after Gus Grissom hung his lemon in front of the spaceship there, saying that whenever a car, you buy a brand new car and it just continually breaks down, you call that car a lemon. And this is Gus Grissom hanging that lemon in front of the spaceship and saying, oh yeah, the Apollo program, it's a lemon.
Well, it wasn't just that. It was the fact that he publicly said, we can't even communicate between two buildings. How are we ever going to get to the moon?
Ooh, yes. Oof.
See, these younger folk need to come and talk to those older folk that was around when this shit was actually happening, man.
Yeah. Ugh. That's right.
Right after that, then he burns alive, getting locked inside the spaceship, right?
Pure oxygen
that was a
environment.
huge thing. And his family, to this day, like,
absolutely no reason to have those astronauts in a pure oxygen environment. None. But they were, and that's why it went up so bad.
They've got public record of them all saying, yeah, he was murdered. He was murdered. Okay. That's kind of the government that was going on there. And so with all that continual failure coming from the government, they really needed the win. And so when it comes to President Nixon, not too long after he's in office, we've got a man on the moon. Okay. And when they are that desperate to fake it, you've got to ask yourself, did they really fake it? And all of the evidence here that I'm showing says, yes, they absolutely faked it. And yeah, this whole government has been seriously sick. Okay. This is the same time period as Project MK Ultra. Okay.
Did you see Kevin's fucking camera? He morphed into a lizard, man.
I didn't see that part. Uh-oh.
I was looking down at his camera, it was all gridded out, man. I was like, what? It looked like I was gonna say he's a shapeshifter. He's a shapeshifter.
No, we got a skinwalker.
And the survivors of MK Ultra say that whole program took place at NASA headquarters. Okay, this is Kathy O'Brien who says this. That's pretty strong and powerful. Okay, this is the kind of corrupt government we're dealing with here. That, yeah, it's very twisted and it's really sad. And yeah, stuff like this makes you wonder, like, why do you even, if it's so bad, why do you even continue to live in the United States? And you know, I like the whole Batman situation where, well,
I don't know, Kyle, what in the fuck has this got to do with the moon landing? Right? Jesus Christ, are we getting a history lesson on the early 70s, or are we going to actually have some debate about whether or not there was authenticity to the moon landing? Now, I started off good with that whole thing about the contradictions in slingshot orbits and regular orbits and all this other shit. That was good. But now we're getting into the realm of, you know, I remember I was there, dude. Let's get on with it. God damn, you know? Phew.
You can either leave it and just abandon it, or you can stay here and try to make it better. And I like to say, we are the salt of the earth. We are here to enrich it and make it better. And that's what I'm trying to do. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for that opening, Kyle. We are going to kick it over to Ammon's opening as well. I want to say just a couple of quick housekeeping things. Folks, first, if this is your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are striving to provide a
Kyle's
neutral
opening
platform so that
statement.
everybody has their chance to make their case on.
What's that?
That was just Kyle's opening statement.
Yeah.
Jeez, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Let's see if this kid comes up with anything. I mean, Kyle, come on. I would have been pointing out some irregularities. I mean, you were doing good to start with, but then you know, start to go into motive. Listen, don't ever start trying to be showing the motive of somebody else's fucking doings. Okay. You'll be all day arguing about that.
Yep.
You'll be all day arguing about that.
Yep.
The only people that know the motive actually are the people that were actually there. All right. The bottom line to it is, regardless of motive, it was faked. Okay. And these are the ways that we can show that it's fake. That's how you have to do this.
Yep.
You don't have, that's why people, why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Dude, I don't know. And I don't fucking care. They
Exactly.
did. Okay. They did. That's the bottom line to it. Okay. They did. If you walk in and find a guy on the floor dead with multiple stab wounds in his back and a knife sticking out of his back, you can determine that that man was murdered.
Why
And
would
if
they
somebody
kill
comes
him?
in and says, oh, but what was the motive? I don't know what the fucking motive is. Oh, well, then he must not have been murdered.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best one, man. That's the best. They're like, oh, so you can't tell me why they faked it. So then they didn't fake it. It's like,
Exactly.
bro, like, then it's not fake. What are you tripping about?
I know. Wow. And that's why I say some of these illogical fucking things that these people say, you know. Well, how do you know? I'll ask them, say, how do you know the earth is a globe? And they go, well, let's look at the sky. What the fuck?
Oh,
We're talking about the earth. Why are we looking at the sky?
and
Why are
then
you off into that? What the fuck is that? That's the sky. This is the earth, the thing you're standing on. That's the earth. Now you say it's a ball. It's turning around and stuff. How do you figure it's a ball? Let's start there.
because if you look at the moon, you could tell. If you look at the moon, you see how the moon is round? Well,
Yeah.
like a zillion million years ago, before there were like Dinobots, what happens is the earth split a little bit, a meteorite hit it, and then piece of the earth went out into space and collected with a whole bunch of other things like Katamari Damacy, that video game, right? And then it turned the moon, like started to become a ball itself. So that's why it's a satellite around the earth. Like, people will say this mumbo jumbo nonsense like that, and like talk with big words. They'll sprinkle these big words in it to like make it sound correct, and then it's
Right.
like mathematics behind it. And of course, you could tell, since it's a sixth, if you look at the size of the moon, you could tell based off of the size of the earth that it has to be the sixth of the gravity, which provide. And then they'll say all these big words, and it's like, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just
Right. It's just nonsense. My wife was down in Florida recently, and she heard a guy tell her kids that the tide was not as much because because of the moon was in a crescent, and then the tide is bigger because when it's full, there's more gravity. That's what this guy told his fucking kids, that the moon had more gravity when it was full.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the thing too. And those little girls are like, that's my daddy. He knows everything. Oh no, dude. Stop. Just stop. So I don't know. Let's see where this guy gets with his shit.
Hit subscribe so you don't miss out on any upcoming debates.
Shut up,
Context, thanks for being
James.
with us. The floor is all yours.
Okay. I want to share my screen. Can I share that one?
You bet.
Share.
Ready for you.
Okay, let me know when you can see that.
Oh, this is the smart guy. Let's see.
Got proof, man.
I'm going to
Finally.
zoom in just a little bit on your screen share. I want to remind you folks, both of our guests are linked in the description box. So if you haven't yet, you can check out their links. I want to let you know, and I'm going to set the screen right now for Ammon's opening statement. Thanks, Ammon. Floor.
Well, the reality of things is that this is they are telling me that this object 250,000 miles away, yet I can see definitive detail with my naked eye of
Yep.
something that is supposedly 250,000 miles away. I don't think so. No.
And they
No.
talk about you could see the laser, like you could see the laser bounce off of some reflector. That's their claim. Like, have you heard that story where they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, there's a reflector on the moon, and you could just bounce a laser off of it." Like, okay.
Yeah, Big Bang Theory had an episode where they bounced the laser off the moon, and it was all crazy, and everybody went wild on
Yeah.
that. Like, come on, guys, this is
And that's
fiction.
all it is they supposedly get some kind of a little blip on a fucking screen.
Oh.
And it's
Yo,
like,
why are we even going? It makes so. Why would you go to the moon when we could just go to Mars? Why stop and gas? Why stop and gas leaving from New York, stop and gas in New Jersey when you can do that in Nevada?
when I was a kid, I wrote a letter to NASA and I had the suggestion that it would be prudent to build a base on the moon. Okay. And then do further space exploration from the moon because fuel consumption wouldn't be as much of a concern so that they could explore these outer reaches. You don't have to waste all that fuel trying to escape Earth and all that other dumb shit. See? And I had this all, I wrote a letter. I said, this is a good idea, and all I got was a thank you and this thing, back, I guess, from their PR department. But, they haven't done that. If they could go to the moon, the military would already have fucking weapons on that son of a bitch. You already know they would.
Oh, yeah. You'd have had
But
duty.
it's
you'd
all
have had a couple of duty
nonsense. It's
stations.
all, what's that?
You would have had a couple of duty stations over there. It'd have been like, oh, looks like I've got orders to go to the moon.
Right,
I've got
right.
to do duty on the moon. Right. Oh, yeah.
They militarized it. They definitely would have militarized it by now.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
These
But anyway,
guys.
let's see if he gets his shit together. I think James being gone for a while, he forgot how to work his fucking OBS.
Floor is all yours.
Okay, so moon landing proofs and evidences. So the first proof that we landed on the moon that I want to talk about is the ballistic motion of dust particles in the lunar rover vehicle dust trails. So on the many times that they went up to the moon, a couple times they took a actual lunar rover, went and drove around on the moon for a time. Now, looking at the analysis of the trajectory that the dust particles made, so this is
How'd they get the dune buggy up there in the first damn place?
Thank you. Yep.
Right. Just took
They
it up
fit-
there.
Yeah, they fit it in that little tiny module. They fit it in there. And their golf bags, their golf clubs, don't forget that too. They had to play golf.
And golf balls. And
Yeah.
and whatever they didn't do. Nobody said, hey, let's take a look at these stars and these other things. Let's do some of that. No, let's just bounce around and play golf, and we'll ride around in a dune buggy, do a couple of fucking donuts.
Yo, I'm gonna bring my Atari with me.
Jesus, I mean,
I'm gonna bring my Atari, and hey man, I'm gonna bring some badminton paddles with me. We can play some badminton up there.
some of the dumbest shit. I swear to God.
Hisunwen Hesu and Mihaly Orani, I apologize if I got this wrong, of the University of Colorado in Boulder, Colorado. They went and tracked the dust particles, and they plotted their motions through the frame. And they, so this graph here over on the right is those particles. The blue squares are the actual tracked particles. Their X, this is actually their Z as opposed to their X in the frame. So as they arched through the frame. The blue is what they tracked. The green dotted lines that are these two lower ones, I don't know if you can see, it's a little harder. They're kind of tracked in right here. These are the two expected ranges if these particles were on Earth based off of their size. So they're...
Wait, before you can do that, don't you have to know what the composition of the dust particles are?
Exactly. They're just
For instance, when I lived in the desert, I would create a certain amount of dust traveling down one of the roads, right? But I would create an exponentially greater amount of dust when I drove out into a dry lake bed, which consisted of a much, much finer dust.
Finer, yes.
Than what I found in the rest of the desert.
Yeah.
Another place where I found a difference in that was when I drove through areas where there were talc mines. Talc also acts differently as well.
That's super, super fine. Now, a lot of folks that haven't been to the deserts or different deserts before, they don't realize like the desert sand is not like beach sand.
No.
It's fine. It's very, very, very fine.
Yeah, when you get in the dunes, now you got dunes that are the real fine sand, and dunes are formed because of an upward draft. What happens is the wind is carrying the dust, and then because of not being able to go up high enough with the upward draft, it drops back down, and it forms these dunes, and that's the real fine sand. Oof. And of course, in your dry lake beds, well, that's dried lake silt.
Yep.
That's out there. It's been undisturbed for the longest damn time. And as soon as you break it free from the lake bed, it just turns to.
Yep.
And then, of course, really, really cool is when you get around a talc mine and all the talc that's on the ground, it looks exactly like the pictures from the lunar surface. It looks exactly like it. And those things are all over out in Death Valley, out in the desert. Talc mines.
Yeah.
Shit like that. In fact, if you watch the movie Tremors, okay, the scenes for that in the town when they were in the little town were right up back behind my house from where I lived in California. And we've been up there. And if you watch the movie, you'll see Kevin Bacon hollering at the guy up on the roof. He's trying to get that truck working, and he's hollering at the guy up on the roof. And if you look in the background, you'll see this white plume. It looks like smoke, but it's not. It's the talc mine. When they're in there drilling, that fucking talc powder dust just makes a big cloud.
Yeah, dog.
And then when they're not working, you go back there and that whole area looks like the lunar landscape. It's really crazy, man.
And is it white as hell? Like just like that?
Yeah, it's gray like that. Gray, light, white, gray like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Gentlemen.
So
yeah, man. So it'd be easy to fake that. I got a picture somewhere in my Jeep. We were right in the cone of a volcano, an extinct volcano by where I live. And we were picking up all kinds of rhyolite. That whole area, it's all red. It looks exactly like Mars. The pictures you see of Mars.
Yeah.
And there's me and my friend with my Jeep walking around on the landscape of Mars, picking up rocks, man.
And then you probably ran into the Viking space probe too.
Oh, I beat Elon there by like 8 years, man. I beat Elon to space with my Jeep before his Roadster ever even got off the launch pad, babe.
But these guys, you see this guy's claims. He was like, well, apparently, if you look at the parabolic arch of this one, the scientists and you see these names, and I'm looking at these names, and I'm like, okay, these guys look like scientist names. But me knowing that what I know now, if I wouldn't have known any better, I'd easily pulp this bullshit.
I'm gonna ask Something Wong if he knows these guys. You know them guys? You ever heard of them? He said he ain't never heard of them. He said they're quacks. He said they're lying. Those guys don't even exist. They run a tofu bar.
Yeah, right.
What's going on, Roger? All right.
It's a little windy out here right now, but it's going good. How about yourself?
All right. Yeah, you outside with the wind.
Oh yeah, spent a little time over at Eddie Banjo's. I saw Lad over there too. He was in.
Hey.
Cool.
Oh, Roger, what's going on, Raj? See you, Kevin. I think Kevin turned.
Yeah, Kevin dropped again.
Yeah, I think he's gone for the night.
All right.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about
yes. Good night, Kevin.
Earlier.
What?
You were talking about how they were bouncing signals out the moon and how it's a big deal.
Yeah.
They were doing it in '57, dude.
Yeah, that's right. 1958. The claim was they sent RF signals to the moon, bounced it off the moon to transmit signals on Earth so it could return back to Earth. My thing is why would you send it that far away? 240,000 miles to the moon so it could come back to Earth. Why?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think the moon's that far away. To be honest with you.
No, of course
Just by
it's not.
looking at
Yeah, right. Because they use something called they use skywaves, right? They use skywaves to transmit, and a lot of times they'll use something called a troposcattering even. If they wanted to bounce, because they say they bounce signals off of the ionosphere, right?
Yeah, that's
And
the claim.
they
Yeah.
bounce them off and then they send them down, right? So they
The
have
the
have
ionosphere.
Yeah, ionosphere. Yeah.
ionosphere. Oh, that's not I never even thought of that.
Hey, yeah, Ryan did a good
never
show
thought
last
of
night
that.
over on Burn Corporate Fiction. Me and Cookie
Did
Monster
he?
stopped
Yeah,
in for
I got busy. I didn't get a chance to make it over there to that last night.
Oh,
Had
he's pretty good when he gets into the diction of law.
Yeah. So anyway, this guy's analyzing dust, moon dust.
Sorry.
Going from the size 100 nanometers to 200 nanometers. This is their guess trajectory if this was filmed on Earth. The two lines that are black, they're the what they would have guessed if they were in Earth's or Moon's atmosphere with Moon's gravity. And we can see that these dust trails that are taken in these videos follow the expected trajectory that we would expect had they been on the moon. Meaning that it would be impossible to film the Lunar Grand Prix here on Earth. You would have to have two things. One, you'd have to have a vacuum that is big enough for them to drive several hundred meters.
Why would you need a vacuum?
Well, you got to do everything in a vacuum.
Why would you need a vacuum? What would that have to do with anything at all?
Like I said, they need that vacuum. They got to throw that in there. They have to throw it in there.
Well, if you
don't,
use
it's not valid.
spectroscopy or whatever they call it, I can't pronounce the thing right.
Well, he's just assuming that they actually had a fucking dune buggy on the moon.
Yep.
How the fuck? I'm saying, how the fuck did you get a dune buggy to the moon?
Yeah, took it apart bit by bit, put it together when I got there.
Yep.
Build it one piece at a time, like that Johnny Cash song.
Yeah.
You ever heard that one? You ever heard that one, Vlad?
Mm-mm.
Oh man, you'll have to look that one up. One Piece at a Time by Johnny Cash, and he talks about where he got a job in the auto factory, and he was going to build himself his own Cadillac. And so he was sneaking parts out of the over the years. He was sneaking parts out of the auto factory and putting them together at his garage.
Wow.
And that's how the song goes. And then by the time he got done, he had this Cadillac that was all fucking different parts, had one headlight on one side and two on the other, and one fin and all this other shit, because he was getting parts from every year model over the years, right?
Yeah, right.
And it was really cool because the auto company built a car by the description of his song, just in honor of his song. It was pretty cool, man.
You can look it up online. They got pictures of it too. There's
I built it one piece at a time, and it didn't cost me a dime.
It's a good song. Yeah, while I worked in Flagstaff, they have the USGS up there, the headquarters. And
why is everybody's sound suck tonight?
Is it
Is mine bad?
Yours is back. Now it's Roger sounding like that.
Okay. Am I sounding all right now? Is it better?
Yeah, it sounds better, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever you're doing right now, just do that every time.
Roger.
Roger that. Yeah, we maintain the USGS building, and they have the dune buggy there, not the original one, the replica they built, and you can't go near it, can't touch it. But I looked at it, and man, it's not anything special. Like, I could make one of those things, dude.
It's a Jeep chassis. It's a Jeep chassis with a fucking lawn chair tied to it.
And don't forget the umbrella for the radar, you know.
Yeah, and an umbrella for an antenna.
So my thing is that it has some kind of wiring in there. So with that wiring, and wiring is like a whole combination of chemicals, and within those wires, a lot of times, or something, What happens when it reaches the atmosphere, the vacuum?
That's a good question.
Well, here's another problem with their lunar rover. Okay, it was electric, right?
Yeah,
All right.
it is.
Yeah.
When
What
you
happens once
look,
they reach the vacuum?
well, you have to look at the operating temperature parameters for the battery.
Mhm.
Okay,
And
the
cold
the temperature extremes of the moon are well outside of the operating parameters of the battery. In other words, the hot parts are too hot and the cold parts are too cold.
That's right.
Won't work.
They have the same problem with the cameras too, right?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
The Hasselblads won't operate in that kind of environment, so they had to put it inside that sealed container.
And they say it's a pressure sealed container. And the Hasselblad cameras, I don't think they had digital cameras at that time. Anytime they
Now
turn
you
on the
start
camera-
your robot out.
Oh, I don't think they had digital cameras at that time. I think everything was film.
It was.
It was.
So even the film is a chemical out in the atmosphere, in the vacuum. That thing would have been destroyed. Everything, the varnish in the wiring, everything would have been destroyed because a lot of this stuff is chemical based.
Yeah. They got a vacuum. They got a vacuum chamber up here.
Really?
I think some of those things, I don't know. The film, maybe. I think where you start running into problems is when you start having, and though the film isn't really solid, I mean, the medium that it's on is solid, the plastic that it's on, but the actual chemical coating that's on there, what state of matter is that in?
Yes, good question, man. And all the dust in there, they got in that camera. It had to. It's real.
Oh my
supposed to
God!
really
Yeah,
fine.
that would be a problem. That was another thing when I lived in the desert. Okay, you just better deal with dust. Okay, you're gonna have dust. That's all there is. All the time, dust, and dust would get in places you wouldn't think that it could get.
It's everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
And when
All
you
the
build a
time.
vacuum chamber here and our atmosphere, they use steel seals. Rubber won't
Yeah.
work. It won't
Yeah.
seal up. And so all the rubber seals they put on the ISS station in the so-called vacuum they're in won't last. They'll gas
But
out.
this kid's cracking me up because he's just, first off, you haven't even addressed how did you get a dune buggy up into space, much less analyze how the dust would fall. You don't know the composition of the dust. You don't know anything. All you're doing is just making assumptions. Anyway.
That they do in that video. And then the second thing that you would have to do is you would have to lessen the downward pull of gravity enough to make the particles fall in a way that they should not. And even if you don't believe in gravity, there's a downward force and we can accurately predict how things fall. This is proven. So the trajectories alone of the dust particles from the Lunar Grand Prix proves that they had to film it in an environment like the moon.
Wait a second. You can predict it? How do you predict gravity on the moon? Wait a second.
Yeah, because they said so. They said it was 1/6, and so it's
Yeah.
1/6.
Is this based off of the myth of mass attracting mass? Of
Yeah,
course
it's
it
a
is.
It's
That's a
displacement. Bob.
myth.
Yep. And that's
yeah.
that's a good point, because if we remove the moon landing, now you only have Earth's gravity to deal with. So if the moon landing didn't happen and we don't even know what the moon is, so then what's this gravity thing all about? Yeah. So everything starts falling apart. So they need the moon. They need the moon. No matter
Just
how
none
big a
of it
lie
makes
it is, no matter how big a lie it is, they still need that moon.
So unless you can prove anti-gravity, then it's impossible unless they went to the moon. Here is a brief summary from that paper that they did. We have analyzed the motion of the dust clouds lofted by the lunar roving vehicle of the Apollo 16 mission. Adopted a simple 2D geometry, we found that the dust followed ballistic trajectories under the influence of the lunar gravity. The gravitational constant of the moon derived from the dust trajectory is within 10% of the expected value. The images used in our analysis are available online for us as supplementary material in physics education.
Okay, so do you understand how high-speed film works? You understand that high-speed film, when you film something, running the film fast and then play it at regular speed, the motion is slowed down, giving the appearance of, I don't know what they're trying to show, low gravity or something, because everything moves around slow in space or something. I don't know. It's ridiculous.
Well, if you speed it up 2 times, it looks normal, right? It really does.
Yeah, I mean, if you play it at the speed it was filmed, it's going to be normal. Absolutely. So what they do is instead of like 32 frames per second, right? When you film it, say you film it at 128 frames a second, and then run it back at 32 frames per second. Okay, everything is going to be slowed down. And that's how slow-mo works, man.
And then that's the quote from the article written in 2011.
That article is assuming the composition of the dust particles that have been thrown by this. And it's also assuming that they were able to actually get away from Earth. And it's also assuming that they took a dune buggy to the fucking moon. So this is a classic case of putting the cart before the horse. Okay. I like to start it out. Let's harness up that horse, put it on the right part of the cart. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at the basics of that. Okay. So in order to have your fucking dune buggy on the moon, we first have to get there. Now,
Roger, peace out.
Mind telling me, how did they get through the containment in order to go that distance is claimed that the moon is? Okay. You can't have an open and a closed system at the same time. If we're an open system, we don't have air. If we're a closed system, you're not getting out. There it is.
Yep. That's it. It's one or the other. That's it.
Yep. You can't have both. There's 3 types of thermodynamic systems: open, closed, and the theoretical isolated. Even the best methods we've got today have only resulted in like the what is that company that's so big with the coolers now that everybody wants to have?
Yeti.
What is it?
Yeti.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeti.
Yeah, the Yeti. Okay, so a Yeti cooler, even though it'll hold ice in there for extended periods of time, the ice will still melt. Okay, so it's not a true isolated system.
That's right.
So you're either going to be closed or it's going to be opened. You can't have both.
All right. Next proof is the retro reflectors. Whenever I bring this up, whoever I'm talking to, the moon landing deniers, will say, well, we've been bouncing lasers off of the moon for a long time, which is true. So these retro reflectors, what they are they're a certain shape structure that will bounce light back directly at the same angle that it's received. Think of it kind of like the glowing part of the vest when you're biking.
Okay, so we have to look at something that happens. Okay, what happens to any beam of light, including a laser, over a long distance?
It gets destroyed by the atmosphere. It gets eaten up. You lose it.
It spreads. It spreads out. It spreads out.
Yeah, what kind of laser are they shooting?
So even though a laser is concentrated, it still will spread out over distance. It's never going to remain just that same tight little beam. It's going to spread out. Now, over a distance of 250,000 miles, that laser beam is going to spread out quite big. And it's going to become quite weak.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to gain any strength by reflecting off of something. Not at all. It's not going to gain any strength. So the reflected light coming off is going to even get weaker and weaker and spread worse and worse than the beam going to the reflector.
you have nothing.
That's right.
You may have something in thought, perhaps, but in real life, you won't have anything.
Right. I mean, it looks good on paper, but
and then people have to remember also that the reflected surface isn't a perfect. It's not a perfect reflection. Like you're going to lose some in the reflection coming back, just like you said. But it's not perfect. It's not perfectly polished and shiny and all that other nonsense.
Attenuation. It's called attenuation.
Yeah.
Okay. And it occurs with radio signals. It occurs with light, which of course, that's what radio signals are, light out of the visible spectrum. We're only able to see, I think it's 0.006% of the overall light perspective.
EM spectrum, yeah.
We're essentially blind.
Pretty much. Until you take your cell phone out and you start seeing other things that you normally couldn't see.
Right.
Like,
right.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got to. Anyway, this is assuming that they actually went there. And again, like Roger said, they were doing this in 1957, 1958.
So the light directly back to where the light is coming from. So it doesn't matter if you're at a really wide angle or if you're coming dead on, that light will reflect directly back at you. Now, we've been bouncing lasers off the moon for a long time, longer than the Apollo missions. However, we can tell a difference between between a laser fire that hits one of these retroreflectors and one that just hits the moon. The light that just hits the moon and bounces back is greatly diffused and not as strong. The light that hits these retroreflectors, it comes back at the perfect angle and is much stronger than if it had not hit one of these retroreflectors.
All right. So my question is then, he's claiming that the reflector re-energizes the beam somehow. I'd like to know how that's done.
How they do that, how they figure this out in 69.
Right. So somebody said something about a blue laser. Blue lasers will still attenuate, and they were using red lasers in 1969. Sorry.
Yeah.
Green.
Yeah, it's
green is one of the worst ones. That's why I see these idiots all the time using a green laser. Yeah. Green lasers are affected so bad by temperature mediations.
Yeah.
Like in the wintertime, a green laser ain't worth a shit.
Yeah, red for distance is like, if you're trying to get distance, red is like your best bet. It's got the longer wavelength.
Yep. The green, when it's cold outside, like I had a green laser on my AR. Outside in the cold, it ain't worth a fuck.
What?
Yeah. So I went to
So did
red.
you have to go with the red? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I have on my pistol. I'm not shooting at a distance with my pistol, but I have red laser sights on mine.
Of course, I ain't worried about letting somebody know I'm there with a laser either.
Yeah, right. Like I'm Predator or something.
I'd rather have like an infrared, with an infrared scope, put an infrared dot on them. That'd be the best way.
Ain't gonna see that.
So there's something up there that we're hitting with the laser somehow. How it got there, your guess is as good as mine, but the claim is that we brought it up there when we landed on the moon. Another proof is that there are hundreds of different photos of the Earth. There isn't just one. I put up here one of the most famous ones called the 1972 Blue Marble. This is a singular photo taken on Ektachrome film. When we look at this Ektachrome film, there are no tampering. You don't see any signs of tampering with film, which is impossible to tamper with film without leaving behind evidences that you have done so.
All you have to do is tamper with the image that you're photographing, dumbass.
Even today, we can't.
Let's go up high. Okay, let's go up high and take a picture out of a round window, backed away from the round window with all the lights off. What do we get? Oh, look, Earth is round. No, you only are seeing a round portion of the ground. You're trying to tell me that that's Africa and the whole rest of the fucking world is wrapped over on the other side of that ball? Kiss my ass.
Exactly. I was in a Cessna over I was in a Cessna over Alaska doing some jobs when I was in the Navy, and I was taking pictures out the window and stuff, looking at these recent forest fires, and you could see just how perfectly spherical the Earth was outside of this, within the Cessna, looking out the window. And then I showed it to my brother, master's degree, mathematics, super smart. He's like, yeah, man, that's because the Earth is curved. I was like, I was only like 5,000 feet high, right? He's like, yeah,
Right.
it's curvature of the
window.
Earth. I'm like, okay. I'm not even going to argue. Okay.
Yeah. What's he think we live on a big tennis ball? I mean,
Okay.
wow.
A Wilson basketball, I'm sure.
No shit. I mean, God.
Tamper film directly. We have to scan it into the computer, and then we can tamper with it. So we have the actual film that they used, and then the film, it was taken.
I mean, I'm convinced that's what it is, man. When they told you this bullshit and you said it back to them, they told you that you were smart for knowing that.
Yep.
And a lot of people, it's the thing, they feel like if this is not true, then they're not smart. Well, if you haven't figured this out, and after everything that's been shown to you so far, then you are not really very smart.
Yeah. And you're a liar. You're a liar, and you're lying to the biggest person. You're lying to yourself. And
well, the thing is, they don't know one way or the other. They don't really know anything. Okay. They only go with what they're told. They have to be told what to think. They can't think on their own. They have to be told what to think.
Mhm.
That's why they rely on this thing about all of a sudden, like Kamala's all popular and shit all of a sudden, right? 4 weeks ago, they were just fucking making jokes about her and how awful she is and blah, blah, blah. Everybody was, right? Now, all of a sudden, she's the best fucking thing since sliced bread. Okay, they're relying on people's deception. Oh, look, she's real popular. We should go with that. Blah, blah, blah. Look, everybody else is doing it. And listen, if you go with, they're trying to make you think the flow is going a certain way because they think that everybody goes with the flow. And the only thing that goes with the flow is dead fish and shit.
And doo-doo.
Yep.
These guys.
So don't be a dead fish. Don't be shit. Don't go with the flow. Use your own mind. Unchain your mind. Take it back. Take back your sovereignty of your mind and your soul.
I'll tell you,
go
man.
with what's popular.
Yeah, these guys are they are media fodder 101. Time and time again, man. You see it. Like, this is the media is effective, and it's I can't hate them for being good. They're good. They're good, and they're here for a purpose. And when you see folks like this, talking like this, thinking like this, eating the same way, drinking the same way, living the same way, accepting these you know what it is, right? Doing these things, you have to tip your hat off to the media, man, because they're working round the clock to fool people like this.
Oh my God, yes, they are. I mean, that's their job. They're all in on it. Like, come on, man. Can we just go ahead and say the fucking assassination attempt on Donald Trump was a stage production? It was fake as fake can be. And everybody up there is in on making you think it was fucking real. Both left and right. Nobody's going, hey, couldn't help but notice that you miraculously fucking healed there, Donnie. You want to give a good explanation besides I'm a fast healer?
Yo, you're right. Nobody. Yo, even Redacted, and I used to like watching Redacted. Even they're like, oh my God, the deep state is. I said, dude, come on, man. You didn't see his ear? I was like, you guys are in on it. You guys have to be in on it, man.
They are. They are. They are. They're all in on it. And if you remember back when he was president, he had that closed door meeting with all these people from the media and shit. And nobody knows what it was about. And it's a big fucking secret. And that's all just been swept under the rug, right? Listen, they're all the fucking in on this. There is no left and right. Stop it. You guys are fucking yelling at each other for nothing. Okay, there is no left and right. It's a puppet show. All right, and you're falling for it. Neither one of them are worth a pinch of owl shit. Don't give your consent. Stay away from the polls.
Don't even do it.
When you,
And
when
people
you
are going to
worship,
make you feel guilty.
when you worship at the altar of the state, you will surely be sacrificed at the altar of the state.
Yep. Yep. Man, I mean, it sucks, man, because people are going to try and make you feel guilty. What do you mean you're not going out to vote, man? You know,
Yep.
I fought for, or you fought for, weren't you in the military? It's like, okay, I fell for it. I was in, you know, I did a little bit of time, but I did my time so I could at least speak on it. And I'm saying, I'm not partaking. I'm done. I'm not fucking falling for the bullshit. How about that? Yeah, I
That's
did
it.
my time. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not doing it.
No, I don't consent to any of it. They're like, well, they're going to want to take away your Second Amendment. I don't give a fuck what they want to try to take away. Okay. That piece of paper doesn't give me that right.
Yeah.
Okay. It says right in the beginning, these are unalienable rights endowed by my creator.
That's right. Just because they put it on paper doesn't mean it doesn't exist, or it does exist.
So
You know
when they come to take that fundamental right from you, and they'll have to do it by violence and force, that's when it's time to use that right. If you think you got to hide your guns, that means it's time to use your guns.
And you know, there was I'd say you could compare that to the scandal a few years back when Glenn Beck was out there doing the gold line or whatever it was, where he was like, oh, get this much gold. They'll send you a certificate saying that you have this much gold. And then I'm like, a certificate? I'm like, I don't want a certificate. No. I want my gold. And
I want the gold, physical gold.
Yeah,
physical.
It turns out for all the money you spent on that gold, you didn't get nothing. They are like, yeah, we don't have your gold, but we have these certificates. Your gold is somewhere in the ether. It's somewhere.
Yep.
And so
you know,
it's
that guy, I listened to him for a while, and then I was like, this is fake ass crying motherfucker. He's all the time crying, trying to get people's emotions all etched up and shit. And it's like, look, the only emotion people should be feeling at this point in time right now is rage, and rage toward themselves for being fucking hoodwinked into this nonsense.
Yep.
Okay. That's it right there. And this, as soon as people realize there ain't no such thing as this left and right bullshit, it's all just a way to keep you from knowing who the real enemy is. You think it's, oh, this guy believes this other puppet, he's my enemy. No, man, they're playing both ends against the middle. That's what's going on right there. And you don't realize it because you're too fucking enamored with this dumb shit, too enamored with a cult of personality, too enamored with a man to call him out for fucking lying to you about being shot.
Yep. And it just, man, Saab, it just happened. This isn't like this was 4 years ago. This was a couple of weeks ago. You know what I'm saying? This is fresh. We have the evidence. He didn't get shot. He just lied. They just lied to us again, to our face.
Yes.
And nobody's doing a damn thing about it.
Nope. They're all going to just go like sheep up to that fucking voting booth again. That still hasn't been corrected as far as being hackable.
Yep.
Right. And they're going to run the same fucking game again over and over and over. You guys, here, Charlie Brown, come kick the football. Kick the football. I won't pull it away this time. I promise. You ever seen Charlie Brown ever successfully kick that fucking football?
Nope.
Never.
Nope. I did see one time where she pulled the away from him and Charlie Brown bucked up to her and he was about to knock her out. I was like, damn. Charlie Brown
did that.
Like,
they did that. I think they did that on I think they did that on The Simpsons or South Park or one of those like that, where Charlie Brown or Family Guy. It was on Family Guy. And she pulled it away and he turned around and beat the shit out of her for it.
Yeah, man. Like they had a comic strip. There was the comic strip where she pulled away from him, and then like he got all up in her face, and he was like, "You do it again." He's like, "Hey, I've thought about it, and I'll hit a girl." And I'm like, "Damn, Charlie Brown not taking it no more, man."
All right. Well, but you lose your right to be a lady when you start. If you want to take up the right of a man, you can take the consequences of a man. It's the way I look at it, So be careful. That doesn't just You know, you ain't supposed to go smacking a woman around, but that don't give a woman a right to turn around and start smacking on a man, because y'all punch you right the fuck back. You know,
Yeah. Ladies, don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't.
you want that
It ain't
equal
pretty.
rights shit. Well, look at what we got. It's an Olympic sport now. Obviously, domestic violence is an Olympic sport.
I tell you, in these foreign countries.
Uh-oh. I'm still here.
Like
Kevin
in
was
these foreign countries, these guys, like, they look at American men like we're crazy, because they'll see these ladies acting up, and then they'll be like, did you hear what she said? Just like, yeah, she said shut up. And then they're like, not in my country. In my country, I'm like, God, man.
Especially your Latin countries. There's some countries where you can actually murder your wife and claim machismo in court, and it's a justifiable cause. In other words, she insulted your masculinity, machismo, and that's like really, it's a highly patriarchal culture.
Yeah,
it really is. It's a highly patriarchal culture.
So American women, be happy we here.
That's right.
Because it ain't pretty on the outside, man. It may look pretty, but
that's why I like that Eddie Murphy. I love that Eddie Murphy bit what he does about that, where he says you're gonna go marry an African bush bitch. She ain't got don't know about prenups, none of that shit. Eddie, I want half. I want half.
Yeah, man. Yeah. But yeah, man, like people, if we found out, if everybody en masse knew what was going on,
right?
Yeah, this government would, actually, I don't know, because you have things about what happened 4 years ago that's coming out, and it's like public knowledge now, damn near. And people are like, oh, well, it's too late. I took it, and it actually didn't affect me. And I'm like, oh my God, like, wow, you don't get it. You don't get it. So it's like trick over trick. They're like, yeah, he tricked us, but he didn't really trick us. They didn't really lie or anything like that. So the people are so used to getting lied to, and they're just like, just as long as it doesn't affect my bottom line. They're waiting for it to affect their bottom line.
They've broken it down into degrees of severity of lie is now what it is, and it's all in the wording. They're like, oh, the senator didn't lie. He gave a less than truthful response. Okay. That makes it a lot better,
Yeah, right. I wasn't really a lie. I was just not as truthful as I would have wanted it. Fucking bullshit.
Anyway, let's see what he's got here. This is so far, he's already just going with the presupposition that this is real.
It's like 4K, the equivalent of 4K today, which means that we can blow those images up really, really, really big. And there is no visible brush strokes or any visible problems with the pictures of the Earth from these photos. And with all of these hundreds of photos, we can compare them to the time that they were taken to the actual weather patterns of the day and time that it
I've got stunning pictures of Alderaan right before it was exploded, too.
was taken, and they all match. Which, if it were a matte painting, would have been incredibly difficult.
A matte painting.
Another is impossible perspective shifts. Now, it's about 30 seconds of the lunar lander returning back to the lunar module, the orbital module. Now, what's happening is we see the lunar lander from very far away. Super far, you can't really resolve it very well. And we have a continuous shot as it's coming closer and closer.
And how do we have that?
So if this is a miniature, that miniature would have to be fairly big in order to get it far enough out and then pull it in to have it come into frame so you can resolve the little details. Another problem with this is
not if it's a fucking video screen behind it.
So you can see that the moon in the background is moving. This is not moving like a matte painting. There is perspective shifts on these craters as they go. As they're orbiting around the moon.
Have you seen where they built that big replica of the moon with the track around it for the camera? NASA built that thing?
Yeah.
They had that. Gee, I wonder where they got the Wonder where they got the film to run behind the little model. Wonder where they could have got that from. Now watch how this thing changes its pitch and yaw just perfectly.
Just easy. Yes.
You know,
Moon, the perspective shifts on these craters means that it's not a matte painting. And this video was sped up. It's like I think it's like 10 minutes that it goes from here all the way up to where it actually docks. So that is a very long time for the moon in the background to be spinning. So it would have to be super, super, super big, and big enough to be far enough away to have perspective shifts. And far enough away that this miniature, that when it gets up close to the docking, you can resolve a lot of this detail. There's no way that we know of to do this at that time. They would have had to have something the size of the moon and something the size of the lunar orbiter in order to get a shot like this.
What?
No, come on, man.
Because George Lucas had to build a gigantic fucking Star Cruiser.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, where did he get all the parts to build all these damn Star Cruisers? And how did he build a Death Star? What is the budget for that?
I know, right? Oh my God, does this guy not know? So what? How does he think they make science fiction movies back then? Same time.
Scale, man. It's all about scale. And Stanley Kubrick, we were lucky enough to see his work while he was around. He was a genius. So when you look at movies like 2001: A Space Odyssey, like the cleanliness, it doesn't look like it was made in the 60s. Even today, when you look at it, even a remastered version doesn't even look like it was made in the 60s.
Holy shit, Barbara, are you just now hearing the Johnny Cash thing? Click the like button, honey. You're way back.
Yeah. But yeah, man, like even I think it was what, 67 or 68 that 2001: A Space Odyssey came out.
Yes.
Yeah. It looks amazing still. Just looking at it.
Which means it was being filmed in 66 and 67.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
They had these capabilities. I mean, you had geniuses back then. Their whole job was that. So they basically made a nice movie for the science community.
So he's claiming to fake this. They would have had to make a giant moon. What the fuck, dude? That's what happens when you grow up with a diet of preservatives. Right there.
That's how it goes. That's it for my presentation. I don't really have anything more, so I am good to go on to the discussion portion. So let me go ahead and stop the share.
You got it.
See, I'd be like, okay, how the fuck they get there?
Who's
got all
filming?
this shit about it. I want to know how they got there. I want to know how you get out of a closed system. Oh, are you going to claim that it's an open system? Well, that's a problem too. See, that's going to be a problem. And if you're going to start claiming about gravity pulling on fucking air, you better be able to be prepared to show a downward bias pressure of air due to gravity. And don't tell me about a gradient. That's nothing more than temperature composition and dispersal. Okay. That's all that has to do with. And you can't even have any of that without a contained volume of gas. Yeah. So once again, how the fuck did they get there?
That's exactly what they're going to run to. You're going to be like, hey, man, where's the containment at? They're going to be like, the containment. Then they're going to ridicule you for saying the firmament. And then you're going to say, well, whether you want to call it the firmament, whatever, or covering, whatever.
Call it
need
whatever you
something, want. Right? Because show me where this happens, where you can have all these gases coalesced in one place without a container.
Yep. It's not going to happen anywhere. For any reason whatsoever. And it certainly isn't going to gather up into a mass and crush in on itself and turn into fucking plasma for some reason. That's some of the dumbest shit. And these people, once you right there at the basics, boom, it's dead. It's over.
You don't have, that's right.
Look at fucking star trails. I don't have to look at none of this other fucking shit. It's over.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. Just a couple other housekeeping things. Folks, want to let you know, in the live chat right now, there is a pre-debate poll that I started during the first opening statement, asking where you stand on this topic here at Modern Day Debate on YouTube. Check that poll out, get your votes in. We'll also do a post-debate poll.
Yeah, but Quasar, how'd they get through the barrier? How did they get through the physical containment that allows us to even exist?
And Quasar, here's the thing. Like, I hear what you're saying. We know that already. And I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything like that. But things like, oh, you needed to use the escape velocity. You had to orbit the Earth a certain amount of times in order to use the slingshot effect to fly up to the moon. Well, like all those quote unquote facts, we know these things. Only problem is we can't demonstrate them.
So Quasar asks, what barrier? The one necessary in order to have any substantial volume of gas.
Yeah.
In order to have a specific volume of gas, you must have containment.
Or a mixture of gases in this case, which breathable air. It's a mixture of gases, right? You have to have.
Well, that's where you start getting into your things about the gradient.
Yeah.
Because we have a dispersal rate. We also have the fact that there's a temperature gradient. And we also have the fact that we have the highest concentration of gases near the Earth because that's where they're produced. Pretty cool, huh? No, that's claimed to have been done many times. No, gravity has no effect on gas until you can successfully show a downward acceleration of air due to gravity. You have nothing.
Yeah.
Air is not a contiguous mass. Gases are not a contiguous mass. Because of the molecular properties, it can never coalesce into a contiguous mass, ever, for any reason. Why? Because the molecular structure of gas particles, of gas molecules, is that they are unbonded to one another. They don't stick to one another. They bounce, okay? And if there's nothing for them to collide against, they will disperse away into nothingness, okay? So that's all there is. You have to have containment to have a specific volume of gas and or a specific pressure of gas.
Now he's saying, you see what he's saying? He's saying remove the air and everything falls at the same rate. But now we're right. Now you want to talk about things like
now you're talking about relative density disequilibrium. You're not even talking about gases anymore.
Right.
Except in the context of a medium, which doesn't have context to the discussion at hand. But we can get into that after you successfully demonstrate a specific volume of gas without a container.
Yeah. And Quasar, you have to like imagine how this world is composed, right? The higher you climb, the less dense the medium gets. Let's just say the medium. The less dense the medium gets, right? As you, oh boy, did I forget? Okay. As you drop in altitude or as you drop in the air column and then you get to sea level and then you get down beneath sea level, the pressure just increases. It just increases that much more when you get in the water. It just increases more because it's a change of medium. And everything's about density and buoyancy, man. Really, that's
air
what
pressure. Air pressure, just like water pressure, is not a result of weight. It's a result of displacement. The pressure is exerted on the object that is displacing the medium. The pressure is exerted inward on the object at all points in all directions, not downward.
Yep.
If the PSI were a weight measurement, then you would actually be able to show a downward bias of air, right? Also, a barometer would be orientation dependent. In other words, it would be an air scale, which is measuring a downward force, which would require the barometer to be perpendicular to the direction of force in order to register. Yep. But guess what? A barometer works no matter what the fucking orientation is because it works on displacement and not on weight.
And Quasar, you're talking about weight, gravity, and everything else. It's funny. because even your man Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't even know what gravity is.
Weight is not a force. Weight is nothing more than the relative density of an object within a given medium. Okay, so the object is either going to displace the medium or the medium is going to displace the object. It's that simple.
I don't think Quasar's ever done a water test. The water test that they do in the Air Force, where they see what your body's density is by putting you inside of a swimming pool with a scale underneath you.
Oh, really? Yeah. How's that work out?
Huh? Oh, it's pretty damn effective. It gives you what your possible body fat percentage is.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that NASA, with its great big, what do they call that great big old swimming pool?
The neutral buoyancy lab.
Neutral buoyancy lab. Neutral. How does that make it neutral? Huh? Because it's all about your buoyancy within the medium. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's all it is. This is why an object weighs more in a vacuum chamber. When you reduce the medium, the weight of the object increases. Aha.
And all water, and here's a crazy thing. Maybe some of you guys might not have known. Not all water is the same density. You know what I'm saying? Per cubic foot of water, for like seawater, it's like 64 pounds.
Right.
So you're more buoyant in something like seawater because it's a denser medium.
Well, all right. So water, regular fresh water, weighs approximately 8.5 pounds per gallon. Okay. How much does it weigh if I take a gallon jug of water?
Yeah.
Weighs 8.5 pounds and I stick it in the water. How much does it weigh now? Nothing. I've taken away all the weight. Why? Because it's found equalization with its own medium. That's why. Okay, now if I put that same water in alcohol, okay, it will weigh, but it'll weigh a lot less than it did in the medium of the air. Okay, but it does weigh more than the alcohol, so it's going to go to the bottom.
Yep. You just gotta, Quasar, just get your ass in some water a lot. And then these principles will start to make a little bit more sense, and then you'll see through the bullshit a lot faster.
I spent a lot of time in the water as a kid. I lived on a lake, and in the summertime, man, as soon as it was tolerable to get in the water, I was in it up until it was, no longer tolerable to be in the water. And done a lot of things that taught me a lot about how fluid dynamics work, how air reacts with water, how, even thinking, okay, I can take a big long tube, right, and go down deeper, right? No, you can't. No, you can't. You don't have the strength to draw that air down, even in a tube. You don't have the strength to draw that air down.
You go deep enough, it'll probably try to suck your lungs out.
You can't do it. You can pull, and you can't do it. You hurt yourself trying to pull that air through there. It doesn't work.
Yeah, your body's trying to overcome that ambient pressure of the water. It's crazy how
that's all pushing in on your body too. Yeah. So you don't have that strength to be able to get it. It's interesting. We learned a lot, and unfortunately, I don't think there's a lot of people. I think I might have been like about the last generation that actually are kids that went out and fucking played.
I was out there playing and getting hit by cars, not telling my parents about it. That was me too. But I think we were like the end of it. We were the end of the road, and then it was we got.
Man. We made catapults to shoot dirt clods at each other and shit. We had this big field where they had dirt piles in it and shit, and we'd get over there, take an old board, put it over a rock, pick up a big old fucking dirt clod about that big, put it on the one end of it, and then jump down on the other end of the board and see, trying all these different ways to try to get it to go further and shit. Learning that if it goes straight up, that's not good. You got to get the fulcrum point to a perfect spot. We learned all that shit. You were learning physics
Yep.
Without
and it's applicable for
yes, yes.
stuff.
I'm
Yeah.
jumping over garbage cans with your bicycle. You know, we'd set up ramps and shit, jump over garbage cans, and you set the ramp too steep, and you know you don't clear, and you're gonna come right the fuck straight down. You don't get distant. Oh, we learned all kinds of cool shit like that. But
You're like, don't
nowadays
do
these
that, man.
kids
He
go out
broke
on
his
a
leg last
bicycle.
time.
These kids go out on a bicycle. They're like 12 or 13 before they even get the training wheels took off, and they got their elbow pads and their knee pads and their fuck. I was out there in a pair of cutoff shorts. That was it. I was jumping over fucking garbage cans. You know, you get scars. Hey, chicks dig scars, man.
Exactly.
That's
You
what
get
we were.
scars. It's you all mad. You get scars. You go home real quick, patch it up, and your parents is like, "All right, boy, go get back out there, figure it out." You're like, "Oh,
Oh, and these younger kids won't know, man. When you got a scrape or some shit like that, your mom would put this fucking red shit on it called mercurochrome.
oh God."
Oh
That
my
funky
God,
stuff
that
on
shit
that little
was-
cotton ball with the stick. And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, it was red. Yeah, and this
yeah,
shit
you
was
dab
like,
that shit in there.
oh, it stung like a
Burn.
son of a bitch, man. Oh, yeah, that's why I wouldn't even go say nothing about it, you know,
Yeah.
because I know my mom was wanting to put that fucking shit on it. I was like, no way, man, I ain't doing it. I'll heal. I'm all right.
Yep. It's like, damn, man, I don't want them putting that. Like, you need to clean it out. Be like, yeah, I will. Hold on, I'll be back. It's like, hell no, I'll figure it out.
No, I'll be good. I don't want that fucking mercurochrome. I think they banned it now or something. You don't
Probably.
see it no more.
Probably, but I mean, like, just basic things like that. It's important to your not only your well-being, but also just your mental well-being, and you just understanding real time and really like the composition of this world. You have to do things. If you don't do things and you're relying strictly on theory, you're not really living. You're not really seeing for yourself, and your common sense isn't really
right.
You're not really going to get much common sense. Like
yeah, landing on your back, that knocks the wind out of you. Yeah, it does. I didn't like that shit.
On your opinion on tonight's topic, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. Want to say one last thing before we do. Q&A is at the end. If you happen to have a question, feel free to submit them here at Modern Day Debate on YouTube. You can do that either via tagging me with @ModernDayDebate in the live
All right,
chat,
get on
or
with
if you
the
use a super
fucking
chat,
discussion.
that bumps your question to the top of the list.
Jesus.
With
See,
that,
this is
thank
why
you
I
very much. ADHD Projects and Kyle, the floor is all yours
I
for
have
open
no
dialogue.
patience with these people without weed.
Okay. I want to say that the CIA has acclaimed 21,575 employees. Okay. That's a lot bigger or a lot more employees than NASA has ever had.
Okay,
So
great.
if the CIA can keep a secret, so can NASA.
CIA can't keep a secret.
You were saying that they can't keep a secret.
So are you? So wait a second. I want to, before we get into your non-argument about the moon, none of your opening arguments was about the moon landing, and your opening was the CIA can keep a secret, so can NASA. Well, the problem is that's not true. The CIA doesn't keep secrets.
You don't think
It is super. Yeah, they don't keep secrets. Very well.
Who killed Kennedy there?
That's not a
Ashton?
good
yeah,
argument.
right.
And so let's talk about the moon landing and not other things that aren't the moon landing, because that was all of your opening arguments.
Tell us about
the
Operation
lunar slingshot
Zapata.
was a huge mechanic of getting to the moon, and
And that is the only time you talked about the moon landing.
okay. It's a huge part of it. All of NASA. I did talk
Right. That is the only point that you
Talked
talked
about
about that was
time period. I talked about Gus Grissom. I talked about there's a lot in here about the moon landing here. Okay, and
no. So Gus Grissom had nothing to do with the moon landing.
all right.
um,
Do you agree that gravity had to exist in order for the moon landing to be possible? That was part of your claim,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Are you denying gravity? Is that what you're doing, or are you
Yeah.
denying the moon landing?
Yeah.
I'm letting you choose what you want to believe here. Do you wanna
Part
believe
of
in the
my
moon
proof
landing, or do
was
you wanna-
gravity, so obviously you know where I stand on gravity.
Okay, so yeah, that was part of your argument here was with the dust flying, you have to have gravity in there. So you're choosing to sacrifice Brian Cox there.
Okay, so what about Brian Cox am I sacrificing? Since you don't want to talk about the moon landing, you want to talk about gravity.
Well, that's
In order for the moon landing to happen, you have to have gravity, right? And so Brian Cox says gravity's not a force.
Okay.
Right. Actually, the Earth
So
accelerated.
gravity isn't a force, you are correct, but there is a force exuded on things due to gravity. That is why we say the force due to gravity.
Well, how can something cause a force when you don't even fucking know what it is? What in the fuck
But
are
they're
you talking
bullshit.
about?
Yep, that's their with their bullshit.
Ah, it's like telling us it's moving because it's moving. Is upward earth rising bullshit.
But you
Holy
see, they don't want to challenge. They don't want to challenge powers that be. Their powers that be. They don't want to challenge them. They don't want to
No.
challenge the Brian Coxes. They don't want to challenge the Neil deGrasse Tysons, even though like their model is bullshit, right? They don't
Right.
want to be like, well, that doesn't make any sense because they don't want to do that here in public.
They're afraid. They're afraid. Well, that's part of that. We've made it a cardinal sin to be wrong. Or,
Mhm.
you know, if other people ridicule you, oh my God, you know, it's the end of my world. I'm one of those people. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't care. You can say whatever you want to about me. I don't give a shit.
Mhm.
I really don't. I'm going to go on. I march on. You know, that's just how it
Mhm.
rolls.
We don't say gravity is a force. We haven't for a long time because we understand gravity better. So gravity is never a force. There is, however, a downwards force due to gravity.
Okay, so there's a.
So would you like to talk about the moon landing, or do you want to talk about gravity?
That's part of the moon landing here. Okay, so according to Brian Cox, the bowling ball and the feather, there was no force acting on them at all. Okay,
Great.
they were
I don't
standing still.
subscribe
Those are
to
his
Brian
words.
Cox.
No force acting on them at all. They are standing still. Okay, they are standing
Okay,
still. It's
so
actually
I
the Earth
don't
accelerating
subscribe
upwards.
to whatever Brian Cox said. I don't know
Well, you're
what he said. You
sacrificing
just
it. Thank you.
stated. No. See, this is why I wanted to talk about the moon landing instead of whatever you want to talk about. So, do you want to talk about the moon landing, or do you want to go down the gravity thing? Where you?
Well, you first got to be able to get to fucking Narnia before you can start talking about Narnia, right? Okay, so how did the fucking wardrobe turn into a portal to another world? This is the first thing we have to discover, okay? Before we can start doing that.
You are trying to deny gravity.
Well, do you want? Well,
Are you wanting to deny gravity?
there's a huge contradiction here. There's a huge contradiction. There's Albert
Are you
Einstein.
wanting to
Brian
deny
Cox.
gravity? Yes or no?
Am I trying to?
Brian Cox doesn't contradict Einstein.
That's because he's quoting Einstein. That's his whole thing with relativity. There, Einstein, and Brian Cox are all on the same team, which are totally opposing.
Okay, and then so where's the
If
contradiction?
you believe in Brian Cox, then you don't believe in the moon landing. That's pretty much what this boils down to.
That's absolutely not true. Brian
Okay,
Cox,
well,
what he
which one do
says
you want
about
to
gravity
sacrifice?
doesn't go against the moon landing.
It absolutely goes against the moon landing because
Because
if
you
there
think
is
gravity's
no
not a
gravity, then
force?
there's no lunar.
No. Brian Cox never said there's no gravity. Don't lie. If you are saying that Brian Cox says there's no gravity, you are lying.
Okay, Albert Einstein.
Do you
is
want to say that Brian Cox is saying that gravity
doesn't exist?
No. So Brian Cox is saying gravity doesn't exist. So did Brian Cox say gravity doesn't exist, or did he say gravity isn't a force? Which one?
Okay, Brian Cox said gravity is not a force. If you dive in further into
Okay, great. So everyone agrees with Brian Cox. Gravity is not a force.
Oh my
gravity
God.
is not a force. Okay, that's
correct.
Yeah.
All of science agrees with that.
It's a fictitious.
Gravity is not a force. It's not a fictitious force.
I don't even
That's Albert
It
Einstein.
exerts a force.
Oh, you
If I
say-
get hit by a truck, did I get hit by the force of truck, or did I get hit
that
by the?
right there is
Did I
contradicting.
get injured because the force of truck, or did I get hit, or did I get injured because the force that the truck exuded on me?
Is he actually claiming inertia from nowhere?
He's saying that it's not gravity that's a force. It's the act. It's something along the lines of it's an act of gravity. You can rewind it like 30 seconds.
I mean, I heard it. I heard it. I was getting a muffin.
It's like I'm listening to him and I'm like, you know what? This is the whole appealing to authority. So he's just going to go along with what Brian Cox says because Brian Cox said it. He's like, okay, gravity's not a force now. And then I'm like, but wait, before it was a force all these years, so now it's not a force no more?
Well, he just got done saying it was a force a minute ago. Just before I got up and left, he said it was a force. See, this is the thing. They don't have their own thinking. They've just memorized what somebody told them. It's called being smart by proxy.
By proxy.
So they regurgitate something they've been told, and therefore, by someone that they revere as smart, their perception of the person is smart. So if they repeat what that smart person said, that makes them appear to be smart too. They don't have to understand it. They just have to regurgitate it.
Yep.
Okay. And their hope is that you don't understand it either.
Exactly.
But the problem is when you run across somebody who does understand it, it backs them into a corner, just like we've seen done right here.
Yep. And
that's
then
the problem.
And then so when Kyle comes back at him and is asking him those questions, he's like, so are you saying this? And it almost sounded as if Kyle kind of misspoke and said, yes, he said it doesn't exist. And then he's like, well, it's not basic. You know what? This is the problem when you lie. Like you got to go back on your bullshit, and then you confuse everybody. Everybody gets confused. Everybody gets hit in the crossfire.
Yep. Yep.
Forces aren't the things that cause them. Gravity causes a downward force. Gravity in itself is not a force. Electricity is not a force. It presents a charge. Electricity presents a charge that does have a force. Electricity itself is not a force. Gravity itself is not a force.
Okay, do you agree with Brian Cox when he said the bowling ball and the feather were standing still? They were not actually falling.
So I would have to see the context because that doesn't make sense to me. It sounds like you're taking him out of context. If you're trying to say that someone said that the Earth, if you're trying to say that a scientist said that the Earth is rushing up to meet those, that's not really what's going on. I don't agree with that.
Just Google Brian Cox bowling ball and feather.
It's your claim. You have to present the evidence to your claim.
Okay, I've got the video right here.
If you want me to do your legwork, then we're just going to go with me because you're not going to present the claim.
I've got it right here. And so if I can present, okay. So let's share screen. Okay.
Interesting.
Isaac. Okay. Okay, so let's share screen. More.
Folks, if you are enjoying this debate, which I know you are, appreciate you being here, do hit that like button. We do appreciate your support. It means more than you know. And Kyle, we are ready for you with that full screen share right now.
Because there's a force.
Can you hear this?
Pulling them down.
Yes.
Gravity. But Einstein imagined the scene very differently. The happiest thought of his life was this.
You've heard him. Okay.
Okay, so you cut him off mid-sentence, you didn't show the beginning of it. So what he's talking about here is relativity. Are you familiar with the term relativity?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. So relativity is, depending on what we're talking about, so relativity talking about motion, right? If I'm standing here and I'm watching cars move by, the cars are going really fast, right? But if I'm in a car, I'm seeing the people go really fast, right? So that's what he's talking about with relativity. And if you notice, if you listen to what he's saying, instead of your cherry picked 1 or 3 words, is that if you couldn't see the background, it would appear as if the ground were coming up to meet them.
That's not what he said.
That is what he said.
Oh, it's not. It's not.
Go ahead and play it again.
Anyone can go back and
go ahead and play it again.
I can replay it.
Go ahead and play it again.
Okay. He said, actually. Okay. He said, actually. They're not actually falling. The
reason. Why did he also say it would appear?
Because they are standing still.
Appeared?
Okay? Not just an appearance. He said actually. Okay. So I can more. That's trying to get back to that share screen thing again.
So are you claiming that Brian Cox is disregarding gravity? Is that your claim?
That is exactly what he's doing. He's saying that, yeah, there is no force acting on them at all. It's a very strong statement. There is no force acting on them at all. They are actually standing still. Okay. That's a very strong and powerful statement. Okay. So if you want to claim that the moon landing happened, then Brian Cox must be wrong. You've got to sacrifice one or the two.
So Brian Cox did not say gravity doesn't exist. You are lying.
Okay.
He said that it's not a force at all.
No, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't say. He didn't. Sorry, did that? Can you hear that? I'm going to mute that.
I couldn't hear anything.
This is NASA's space. Yeah. So Brian Cox doesn't say that gravity doesn't exist.
He's saying that there's no force acting on them at all. They are standing
Force, yes.
still.
Okay. So
You
what
can
is
say
the
what you
measurement
want
of
about
force?
that.
No, no, no. What is force
Standing
measured in?
still is very
What is
strong.
measurement? What
not
is
actually
force
falling.
measured in?
Okay. What is the force? There's no force to measure. here,
When
according to
you
Brian
say
Cox.
force, what is that measuring? What
There's
is the
no force mentioned here?
Okay, so you don't want to answer the question. Okay, great.
Okay. So
do you want to talk about?
Obviously, this guy on the left was brought up without a father. I can tell because of the effeminate way in which he responds to an argument.
Shit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The moon landing, or do you
Either that or the dad was a cuck.
want to continue to talk about gravity tonight?
in order to get to the moon, okay, they needed the force of gravity. Okay, they needed
Force? No, 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 no. You're lying
They
again.
needed
Wait. So gravity is not a force. Stop trying to make it a force.
Okay, they need to move.
No, no, no.
Okay, they need that acceleration. They need that gravity assist. That's what they need in order to get to the moon landing. And they
Right.
need,
They need a force due to gravity. Gravity itself is not a force.
Okay.
Gravity imparts a force on objects.
You need that acceleration. You need that acceleration to get to the moon. Okay.
I think what they're thinking is displacement. I think the word they're looking for, and they call gravity, is just nothing more than displacement, which is, of course, a product of gravitas, which is weight. And of course, the weight of an object is wholly dependent upon the medium that it resides in. The relative density of an object within a given medium, that ratio is what's going to determine the weight of the object.
Yeah.
We quantify it by, inventing scales that we use.
There's no weight. Zero. There's no gravity. There's no weight in space. So this is strange.
Right. That's what they claim that there is. There's no gravity. It's weightless. Space is scientifically fucking impossible place in the first place. But
according to I think it's Quasar in here. According to Quasar, it's gravity and this and that. Like Quasar is obviously a globe earther, which is fine. It's just spreading the news, the bullshit. So
Quasars is apt to hit that link as anyone else if they'd like to. It's up to you. So like I said, feel free if you want to come up and discuss that shit, and you can go ahead, and I'd love to hear it. I really would. What was he saying? I can't remember.
Error flatties. Quasar, come on, man. Like he said, there's a link right there, and if you want to defend your position, man, go right ahead, bro.
You can't. Yeah, your sanity. You don't have any sanity.
You think you like if you like the sanity, get the fuck out. How about that?
Listen, you like your sanity. You think you're sane. You think you live in a scientifically impossible condition. That's not sane. Okay, that is not sane. You think you live in a scientifically impossible condition. And if you disagree with me, come up and give me one fucking scientifically verifiable proof that you live on a spinning water ball with air suddenly somehow deciding to go against the behavior of gases and just stick to it. Show me one fucking scientifically verifiable proof and we'll be done. That's all you need to do. Oh, I know. Why are they the biggest cowards? Because they know they're a lie.
Yeah.
They know they are. In
Quasar.
fact, I
all
don't
you
think
have to
there's
do-
anybody that's actually a globe defender. I think they're just sick.
Yeah.
I think they're just sick
unless you
individuals.
sincerely don't know. If you don't know, that's fine. This is also a place of learning. But if you're just
Yeah.
here to troll, man, please don't be here to waste our time. If you,
I ain't
if
worried
you
about him.
sincerely feel this way, come up here and defend it. Like, just come up here and defend it, man. Because I don't want to sit here talking shit about you and you can't defend yourself. I think that would be disingenuous of me and unfair.
Carrie's got it. There's less and less people defending the globe. Huge telltale sign there. Absolutely. Absolutely. They're going through this final offensive right now.
Yeah.
And it's not going the way that they thought either.
It's
not
like a
going
death
the way.
throw. It's like their death throws. So
Yep.
9 gravity.
I do not. Okay, gravity.
Because I wasn't prepared to talk about gravity. I was here to talk about the moon landing. You're not talking about the moon landing.
I believe in electrostatics here. There's a down.
Didn't he bring up gravity by his little moon dust bullshit?
He did. Yes, he did. He
So
even
you brought
went as
up
far as to
gravity
say-
there, fat boy.
Yeah, he even went as far as to say, if you don't believe in gravity, you better believe in gravity. And then I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you brought up gravity, fat boy. You opened it, man.
Downward pull. There's a
How
downward.
come there's forces inside of a Faraday cage?
Huh? We can talk about that another time. Okay, I'm not here to talk about.
No. Oh, now that I've challenged you, you don't want to talk about it.
Actually, I've
Why
made a
is there a
really
downward
comprehensive
force
video
inside of a
that
Faraday
gets into that in detail. Okay.
Okay,
throwing
then
out a red herring.
tell me one sentence why there's a downward force in a Faraday cage.
Okay. A Faraday cage doesn't block everything. Okay. You can turn on a
What
cell
does it
phone,
block,
a
then?
microwave. A microwave is a Faraday cage. Okay. Let's put the red herring away. Let's put the red
That's
herring.
not a red herring. That's not a red herring because
It is absolutely.
okay. So what does a Faraday cage do?
A Faraday cage blocks some waves, but not all. That's
Only
why you
some?
can call a cell phone in a microwave.
Okay, so great. Not all Faraday cages are created equal. However, there are Faraday cages built to block all electromagnetic waves. Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
There's
Red
not.
herring. Okay.
Yes or no?
Irrelevant.
Great. So you agree that things are irrelevant to the conversation. When I tried to say irrelevant, you denied that it was irrelevant.
The things, the mechanics involved.
Irrelevant.
No.
So I'm not going to talk about gravity anymore. I've decided.
All right, so you need to listen to how men talk. Okay. This guy here on the left needs to learn how men talk. Okay. I'm sure Kyle could probably go home and pick a fight with his old lady if he wanted to have that. Come on.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've just debunked the moon landing because gravity.
So you just debunked your gravity thing by saying that it's irrelevant.
The reason that he's crying, Carrie, is high estrogen.
Relevant about Faraday cages.
Okay, your
Why
own
is it
argument
so
involved
you,
gravity.
No. Right. So
You're saying your own argument is irrelevant.
Give me a minute to round this up, and then you can go about it your own way again. Okay. So I want to talk about the moon landing. The topic of today's discussion is the moon landing.
Okay.
You wanted to talk about Brian Cox and gravity denial. I said that is irrelevant to the moon landing. You said, no, it's totally relevant. Now that I'm talking about a Faraday cage, you now want to say it's irrelevant to gravity. So why is it that when you cry when I say irrelevant, it doesn't matter, you just want to talk about it anyways. But when you say it's irrelevant, it actually is irrelevant and we don't have to talk about it.
Okay, so
will a helium balloon still rise in a Faraday cage? Yep. It will. Absolutely.
Every time.
This isn't really what I believe causes the downward effect. Okay.
Then why would you say that electrostatics is what caused the downward effect?
That's what you kind of asked, and so I just told you. But anyways,
then why would you
your
say something
argument,
you don't
your
believe?
opening claim was about.
It's so goddamn simple. I don't know how so many people get backed into a corner like this. It's real simple, Kyle. Electrostatics sets the vector. It's not what's responsible. It just sets the direction, buoyancy and density, sort everything out. All done. All done. It just sets the direction. That's all. Can we disrupt that direction? Yeah, we can. Temporarily. But only in a temporary condition.
Andrew,
Because
what's happening, man?
the condition has been set. The condition has been set. So he's trying to pin Kyle into that being the singular cause when it's this simple. The electrostatics sets the direction. That's all. The direction has been set. The condition is set. It's already set. Dense is down.
That's it.
So I don't have very long. I got stuff to do, but I wanted to join in for just a moment and say I have sympathies for Kyle for actually putting up with this, because this little marshmallow, that's what I'm calling him, like a soft, squishy white boy that has no substance and all he has is fucking just anger in his heart. That's what I'm calling him, Mr. Marshmallow. I watched the entire thing, and he provided absolutely nothing other than raising your voice and trying to sound like a man, but he wasn't. It was bad.
Yeah, it's not looking good so far.
No.
I would have been right on the thing, and I think that's where Kyle was trying to go with that, with this whole thing of gravity, because if you're using it to slingshot, but you're also using it to orbit, what the fuck? How does that work? And my thing is, how the hell did they get out? How did you get? Is Earth open or closed system? This is it. I end it right here. This is where it's at. Is the Earth an open or closed system? If you say it's open, then we're dead. There's no air.
So that's all I was trying to join in to add in, unless you want some other stuff. But yeah, this motherfucker on the left, he would probably trip over his own shoes if they weren't tied correctly.
It probably got slip on.
Yeah, some Crocs.
And he also, notice the name, ADHD Projects.
Yeah.
That says enough alone.
I'm okay as long as I'm on my Ritalin, man.
Yeah, just give me some injections, I'll be fine.
Yeah. This guy, and just the
right,
just his inflections, just attacking him, and I'm like, you know what? Let's get to the conversation where it has substance, to where we can both learn something. If there's anything,
have a good night, man.
Well, I'm officially calling him Marshmallow. That's my
Marshmallow.
name for him. Yeah, Marshmallow. That's it. All right, guys.
I just called him Fat Boy. That's
Andrew. You have a good night, bro. Man, thanks for coming on, man.
Thank you very much.
Right on,
yeah,
boy.
I've got a lot of stuff going on. So,
all right.
Cheers.
Have a good
right
night.
on, man. Thanks for coming up, bud.
Yeah, I thought Flat Soy would have been in here. He would have been like, "Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening, guys. Okay, I don't have for long."
Yeah, I like Keith. He's a good guy, man. Anyway, this is let's let this go through. We're probably not going to get through this thing tonight, and that's fine. I can tell already this is going south. That's fine.
The dust that's getting kicked up by the rover.
So
let's talk about that.
Gravity is expected to be on the moon. That was all about
Okay,
gravity.
let's replace the word gravity and say the downward force that we measure here on Earth, whatever you want to call it, the downward force. Okay?
Which is
So now
totally
address it.
contrary to Brian Cox. If you want to believe in Brian Cox, there is no downward force. It's only an
No,
upward
Brian
force.
Cox didn't say there was a downward force. Don't lie.
They are not
Brian-
moving.
Did Brian
And
Cox
there's
say
no
there was
downward
no downward force?
Okay. They are not
Yes or no?
moving. They are
That's a yes to no
standing
question.
still. Is directly saying
That-
there is no downward
It's a
force.
yes or no question. Did Brian Cox say there was no downward force?
Not in those word for word thing. But
Okay, so
it's there.
the answer
It's
was
there.
no. The answer was no.
Okay. He did say
The
that in
answer
other
was
words.
no.
Just say no. Just
He said that in other
No.
words. Okay.
No, he didn't.
Impasse. Impasse.
No, he didn't.
Impasse.
Okay, so can we talk about the dust now?
The dust. Now we're going to talk.
We've been talking about the dust.
No, we have not. Absolutely.
We have been talking about the dust. It's either you want to
No, we
believe it or not.
haven't. Now you're trying.
Whatever point you had, HGHT ADHD projects.
Okay, I want to talk about the dust.
All right, Fat Boy.
I want to talk about the dust since he doesn't want to.
Tell us about the dust, Fat Boy.
Okay, you agree that you can change the speed at which dust flies by
All right, so
changing
that
the
is
frame rate of the film.
Say that again.
You agree that you can change the speed at which dust flies by changing the frame rate of the film?
Oh shit.
No, not like this. No.
Mr. Sensible specifically brought this up a while back. I had this conversation with him, and there's a couple things that you can do to change the trajectory of dust. Okay, one is to make it wet.
Speeding up the frame rate does not change its trajectory.
It changes the speed. That's what I said. And
this doesn't take into account any speed.
And changing it. That was one of his things. Is it takes a longer time to fall. Okay, was with the dust. Now, when it comes to the trajectory of the dust, okay, you got to look at, there's a number of things, okay? The content of the dirt that's flying, okay? Depending on what that consists of, the dirt, that can change trajectory, okay? The other thing would be the thing that's launching the dirt, okay? In this case would be those really funky wheels on.
Okay, so did you know, so let's talk about the wheels. This takes into account the rotation of the wheels.
This takes into account.
So I didn't put it here, but the article itself takes into account the rotation of the wheels per frame that was measured. Okay.
Okay. Do you have any footage of those wheels running around anywhere on Earth to compare it to?
So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the trajectory based off of whether it's here on Earth or it's on the moon. Okay.
And you don't have any to compare to
Things will fall differently here on Earth than they do on the moon.
Okay.
Well, also another thing that's interesting too is that we look at these pictures with the moon footprint and the tracks from the rover, and you can see the tread marks and everything in it. You realize that dust would require moisture, in order to leave a print like that.
Yeah,
it would require moisture. So, is there moisture somewhere on the moon that we're unaware of?
They're talking about there's water on the moon. There's water all over on the moon, and I'm like, that's some of the weirdest water I've ever seen with a vacuum that big. I don't know how water remains, but
it doesn't. It'll boil away. Well, liquid water cannot exist in a low pressure environment. It's that simple. It does not exist.
Stop, man. I'm just telling you what they said, man.
That's what I know. I know it's not you. I know. Listen, these motherfuckers, they come up with this shit, and these non-thinking lemmings, like our friend the Marshmallow Boy over here, hey, just come on, man. Think about that. Like, they run that story and people go, oh, did you hear that? They can go to, and they don't think about the possibility of how that's not possible. They just go with their little dreams of, oh, cool, now I can have a house by the lake on the moon or some shit. It's like, oh my God, I wonder what space fish look like. Oh my God.
Right. Oh man, I wonder what water in space looks like. Can I mix Kool-Aid with it?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and try that. It's gone. God.
Yeah, that's a claim that's unsubstantiated because you don't have any footage to compare to.
That's not an unsubstantiated claim, dude.
It's an absolute. When you don't have any footage to compare it to, that is what an unsubstantiated claim is. You're just saying it is, and you have nothing to back it up. That's it.
Okay, so what are you expecting to change? Okay, what is the expected change? So what is happening is we're seeing something fall. Okay, we're actually seeing it go up, and then we're seeing it arc. Okay, now we know based on Earth, we can take anything and make a projection of how that's going to fly through the air. We do it all of the time with extreme accuracy based off of the gravitational constant. If you want to say not gravity, it's magic. Based off of the constant of the downwards force and the air going around, we can guess that trajectory. Okay. The green line is the guessed trajectory on Earth. The black line is the guessed trajectory on the moon.
You guys, someone were you saying about that?
I would like you to address anything instead of saying, well, we didn't see what it looks like here on the Earth, so it doesn't matter. But the thing is, we know how things move here on Earth. We know the size, and the reason there's two green lines is because we're saying there's dust from this size to this size. This is the trajectory that they would take.
What's the material? What material is it made from? What medium?
Earth-like
I mean, come on, man.
Hey, Saab, I got a
You're
moment
just
of
saying
inspiration
this
right quick.
based on your own.
Oh,
words
Raj
and
is back.
authority.
What's going on, Raj?
Hey, I got a new saying now. It's called the upward rising skirt. And I'm going to dub Dell the king of it. Anyway,
The upward rising what?
Skirt.
Skirt?
I
The
got a
upward
skirt.
rising skirt?
Yeah. Yeah. I gave you. I want to throw that gem at you. I got to go back to work.
All right, man. Thanks. Upward rising skirt. All right. Yeah, I know. It's why not just say that there's a big wind pushing down on us and shit too. I mean, holy crap, what a load. That upward earth rising shit. Wow. Come on, y'all.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying this based off of the study by Hisun Hisa from the University of Boulder, Colorado. Okay, this isn't my own authority. This is a study that you can go look up. I gave you the reference that you can go and look up.
Yeah.
And
No, this isn't. That's not
they would
how
have a
a fucking debate works. You don't come to a debate with a here, go look this shit up. You come with material.
To defend your claims. Yes.
Holy crap. And Kyle, how'd they get there in the first place? That should have been your first fucking question.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stronger argument, and you would have a lot stronger argument if you actually had footage to compare. You're just saying this is so because I said
everything here on Earth is compared. We know how things
compared,
move
but I
here
have
on
nothing
Earth.
to
We
show
can
you.
hang on.
Hearing.
We know how things move here on Earth. Yes or no? Can we predict how things are going to fall given the input trajectory, how they're going to move through the air? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You'd have to know that with a combination of every material of dust that you know of. Okay. You're going to have to use talc. You're going to have to use beach sand. You're going to have to use dune sand. You're going to have to use all these different things. I mean, that is a really piss poor argument. We analyze the dust falling.
With moisture, without moisture in the air, with humidity, without humidity in the air. Yeah.
Jesus.
According to these dudes, we've got
Okay.
According to what?
Yeah, according to these guys, we've got water all over the place on the moon, and it's I don't know. And then you see the moon dust getting kicked up anyway.
Right. Leaving perfect tracks and stuff.
Yeah.
So like, come on, man. The shit looks just like talc. It does. That footprint on the moon looks just like I've left footprints like that in talc. But you can only do it in the morning or in the evening.
Because it's full of moisture and it's dew,
right?
At least it doesn't have don't
not
on the
much.
ground.
So we know how it would fall here on Earth. So we know, given Earth-like conditions, this is how the dust would move. The dust doesn't move like this. In fact, the dust moves in what we expect moon-like conditions would be. So isn't that a little bit weird? And your only response is to say, well, they didn't look at a video of things here on Earth. Well, we don't need to because we know how
all you have is a chart. I've got a saying
here on Earth move.
I've got a saying that just because 2 + 2 = 4 doesn't mean a yardstick is 4 feet long. Okay, you can tell me
how that's absolutely irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant. Okay, you're showing me that I got a chart that says it, and therefore it must be true.
Math
So
and apply it to
my chart
everything
says 2 + 2 = 4.
Interruption,
Therefore,
guys.
my
1 sec. Just to hear your metaphor, we'll give you a chance to explain what you meant by that 2 + 2, etc. Kyle, and then we'll kick it right back to you, ADHD projects.
Okay, you've got a chart that's essentially saying 2 plus 2 equals 4. Therefore, the yardstick must be 4 feet long. That's all you're showing me with your chart. Okay. But when we actually compare it with reality, all of a sudden we find out, oh, look, if I look at reality, a yardstick isn't actually 4 feet long. And so it kind of falls apart. And so when you actually have reality to observe, it totally debunks your claim. And so you have no reality to observe here. All you have is your chart, your math, which the math might say the right thing. It might say 2 plus, that's a correct statement. 2 plus 2 does equal 4, but that doesn't mean that math equation matches reality. Okay, a yardstick is not 4 feet long. So until you can show me reality and how it fits your chart, you got nothing. Now
that's this thing, this appeal to mathematics. Okay.
Exactly. Yes. I see.
Mathematics is nothing more than a description. Okay. It's a numerical way of describing things. Okay. There are people in federal prison right now who had impeccable math, but it didn't reflect reality. And so they got caught. All right. And that's what, like when I said it, you have 3 one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eaters, and they meet up in a field with 4 more one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eaters. Right now, that means that they have 7 flying one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eaters. Right? Does that mean that those creatures actually exist? The math shows that there's 7. Does that mean that they exist? No, it doesn't.
But you know, people, here's the thing, Sav, man. People would die by that. They would be like, but you have 7. You'd be like, look, but they don't exist. I was just giving you an example. But no, it doesn't make any sense because you said 3 plus 4, so that's 7. So you have 7. Like people would do that. They'd fight to the death over that.
Oh, wait, that's not true, Singe, man. They've had an accident. They're stranded up there. They're stranded up there. That witchy looking woman, that woman with the and she's a horned toad looking thing, and she's up there stuck. I just figured she could ride her broom home. But
they were like, yo, man, leave her ass up there, man. We don't need her back.
Yeah. And the guys up there on the fucking thing are sending this bitch back, man. We used to have space orgies up here. But
if they were up there, they were like, hey, man, leave her up here, man. We make it nice. Let me shut my mouth.
Oh, man. Tell you what, Don Pettit would hit that thing. I guarantee it.
Man. You know,
but if you'd like to talk about the,
can I respond like you said I could?
I would hit that in a nanosecond. But
I would hit that in a nanosecond, but I just don't have the right condom to use it up here. That's all.
I've lost my erection, and it's a painful process to build it back.
Okay, great. So you're absolutely right. So what is going on is we have equations that have been 100% proven. If you don't believe that, you will have to show how they're not proven, of how things move given Earth. Okay, we know how it is done. I've worked on projects where we've sent missiles across the ocean, and we could say within a given area where they're going to land.
Yeah, but you didn't send anything to fucking space.
Space, exactly.
You know?
We do that all the time.
Hey,
man.
I send missiles long distances all the time. I send missiles long distances and they hit their fucking mark. And it's called a bullet. Okay. I'm not impressed with you, fat boy. Get on with it. You know, maybe you and Craig can sit around in a circle jerk and talk about you playing on the fucking nuclear submarine or some shit, you know?
And that is because we know how things work. We have these equations and we know how things work. Yeah, sure, maybe if you would like to go and look at dust trails of things filmed here on Earth and say, no, that's all of physics is wrong because things.
What's that?
We also have like a million examples. So it's not like we did it 1 time or 2 times and then we're taking guesses from there. No, you've got a million examples. And before you get to that stage, you've demonstrated theoretically, and not only through theory, but you filmed it and everything else. So you could show the steps of progression before you reach, the time where you have to, actually show and do in real time. So it's like no, you can't use that argument, because apparently the Apollo 11, that was the first time we went up there. You know what I'm saying? Doing those crazy.
Well, the first time they landed, they had supposedly sent an orbit around it the first time of 10.
So
and
yes,
then
so,
they
with
tried
the
to mimic that again here recently with the Artemis.
Oh, right. But they pushed that to the right. So yes. So this is the first time that thanks for the correction, that we landed it, did what we did. But the thing is you have to have the repeat. You have to be able to repeat this stuff over and over to where it's like, it's a no-brainer. We did it 100 million times. We are tired. You have to get to that point where we were like, we've done it like this. We did it.
These motherfuckers got it perfect. These motherfuckers got it perfect first time.
Yeah, exactly. First time, every time. Perfect. Everything.
No problem. Nominal. It was all nominal. Everything.
Things don't move on Earth like we think. Go ahead.
That's not what I said
these
at
are
all.
using no, it's my turn. We are using the equations for all things that work here on Earth. Okay, we can use physics to figure out how things move. And those haven't been proven wrong. You are suggesting that the equations for how all things move in ballistics is wrong by saying, nah, yes, that's absolutely what you're saying. Yes, absolutely. So you're saying, be quiet, it's my turn. So you're saying that all physics and how things move are wrong because you're saying, well, you didn't actually verify that by going out and measuring dust moving. You just used the physics. And so I don't believe your physics is correct because it proves the moon landing happened. You can't have it both ways. Double jeopardy, dude. You're saying not to physics, and also you're not in physics. This is how physics works.
I said 2 + 2 = 4 is a correct statement. What part of that did you not understand?
Okay, great. So and then your next thing where you attributed it to a meter is has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Right. Address the equations or say you don't know.
Or address what equations? You didn't present any.
So any of the equations that test how things move. Would you like me to pull up the equations used in this study?
You didn't.
Would you like me to pull up the equations in this study for you to debunk?
Okay, I already said 2 +
Would you like me to pull up the equations in the study for you to debunk, or are you not? Do you not want to do that?
I said 2 + 2 = 4 is a correct statement. So if you want to tell me correct math equations,
okay. This isn't about 2 + 2. I'm talking about the equations used here to show how the dust particles move. Do you address those equations, or do you want to go on your made up whatever?
Okay, you're the one
because 2 + 2 has nothing to do with this. That is a non sequitur.
Okay, that's a formula. You can tell me correct formulas, but you need reality to compare it to. So where
this is backed up by all of physics because we have done this and we've tested to make sure that those equations for how ballistics move, we have verified them. These are verified equations.
You should have lots of footage. Really easy to produce that.
Would you like me to pull up the equations for you to look at?
No.
Okay. I don't want to see a math equation. I want to see
no. Okay, great.
Equation
then why are you trying to say no to the equations? You don't even know the equations. You're trying to say no. Those equations aren't correct.
I want to see the equation match reality. 2 + 2 is
right. So when we apply these are the same exact equations that we have always applied to ballistics. Would you like me to pull them up or no?
Okay,
because we have verified that these equations. Do you agree that we have verified that we can guess how things move? You've already said yes to this. Do you agree that we have verified how things travel through? We can verify how things travel, and we can guess where they're going to land.
Okay, so I worked in artillery. I'm actually a Army veteran here.
Okay, and could you predict where that was going to land?
We can shoot a garbage can from 20 miles away, dead on, get a direct hit. Okay, I understand.
We got there, everyone. He's just admitted that we can guess how things move through the air.
In the air, but
now applying those equations.
On Earth, sure. But now
Right.
you have to go to a pretend place with a pretend medium and a pretend
Right.
everything else. The whole game fucking changes apparently when you go to the moon. So no, you can't just sure you can predict. Doesn't mean it's going to be right when you get out there and start running the experiments, though.
Well, none of it makes any sense. This shit right here, we're talking about fucking dust particles. I want to know how the fuck you got the dune buggy up there in the first place.
Thank you.
I want to know how you got away from Earth to even go to the moon in the first place. I want to know how the hell you had any air at all once you got there.
Mm-hmm.
A scuba diver take down 2 tanks on his back. It's good for a couple hours, right?
Yep. And that's here on Earth. That's
right
here.
Yep. So these guys, and what's keeping those things from not exploding?
Exactly.
In that very low pressure, extremely low pressure atmosphere or atmos of what they say 10 to the negative 11.
Yep.
Is
and you want
what
to know
it is on Thor or
yeah,
on,
and you want to
on
know
the moon?
something? And no, it's like 10 to the negative 12, 10 to the negative 17,
11.
some craziness. It's a lot. It's double and more so than what we could reproduce down here. But you want to know what's crazy? We've been doing underwater everything for years, over 200 years. Oh, well over 200 years. Some even attribute it to well over 1,000 years with the ancient Greeks, right? We've been doing it for 1,000 years. You mean to tell me we're still stuck with scuba tanks and surface supplied air, right? Where if you throw a couple of jugs on somebody's backs, maybe if you mix it up a little bit, you're still limited to the amount of depth. That's here on Earth. We still haven't made it past that.
Right.
So you mean to tell me you have some other contraption, some magic contraption that could overcome that low pressure in space that can make them breathe?
Right.
You know,
listen, I'd be talking about the flimsy construction of the lunar lander. I'd be talking about the how come they don't never test these damn spacesuits out, put somebody in a damn vacuum chamber with one.
Exactly.
Why don't they ever do it? They never will do it.
No.
And I'd be going after these obvious things. Fuck a dune buggy's dust trail.
Fruit. Yeah, low-hanging fruit, the easy stuff. Like that one guy that they put in a vacuum with apparently a space suit didn't seem to work so fucking well because he almost died.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this is that's when the reality of, and they never even got close to the pressure of what it's supposed to be, where the environment it was built for. None of it holds any water. It just is all in the imagination. They try to capture the childish imagination of people and keep them in that childlike state.
Yes.
So they'll believe that,
and these movies are, like I keep saying, man, these movies and the media is so key and critical to their whole operation functioning, because without these movies, without this, the Transformers 1 is coming out, Star Trek, Star Wars, without these movies, man, this whole thing would fall apart immediately.
Oh yeah. Look, they make it look like it's a glamorous thing and all this. And I had somebody come on here one time. They said, I'd go to Mars in a heartbeat if that was offered. And I'm like, what's the longest flight you ever been on?
Okay. Yep.
I'm here to tell you, man, just flying from here on the East Coast to Vegas, that's enough. That's enough airplane for me for a little bit. Fuck that. I can only imagine a year or two stuck in a goddamn tube with a couple other stinking ass motherfuckers trying to eat dried crackers and shit for dinner. And then once you get to Mars, then what? Then what are you going to do?
Exactly. You don't even know what to do because you're the first ones there. So it's the Wild West. You're like, if I step like this, I could die. If I turn my head like this, I could die. If I look up and blink like that, I could die. Man, come on.
And once you've gone outside and looked at a couple of rocks and shit, then what are you going to do? Watch your DVD collection? Well, then what? Get the fuck out of here. What a joke. These people think they're going to find some kind of discoveries and new life and new civilization and get to have sex with green broads and shit. Get out of here.
That's the problem with these movies. You see, that's the problem with these movies. They think they eat. Our minds are so fucking polluted, especially in this Western society, man. It's so damn disheartening. People like, and you know what they do is they'll add a little bit of truths in these movies, like just relationships, how people function, this and that. And they'll have a Star Trek, right? I've noticed. And there's another one called the Orville that's a lot like, it kind of resembles Star Trek, right? It's like a funnier version of
Yeah,
Star
yeah.
Trek.
I've seen it.
And
I've
what
seen it
they'll
every
do is they'll have things happening on Earth still, right? They'll visit people. You'll see normal cars, normal people dressed normally. They'll mix this in. And I see what the hell they're doing. They'll mix all these truths in, right? And then they might have some technology that's close to being displayed and given to the rest of the public. But it's not outside the realm of possibility. You know what I'm saying? It's not outside the realm of possibility. So you just mix this in with the rest of everything that's an absolute lie, like space travel. And that's all you need. Because people will look at that, they'll compare it to the old shit like in Star Trek with cell phones and Bluetooth and you know, screen to screen communication, and they'll say, well, it was possible for them to do that on Star Trek, so I don't see why it wouldn't be possible for them to do that now on the Orville. So of course space is possible because all these other things are possible.
Yeah. They even had one that was short-lived, but it was like a comedy type thing, and I remember it came out when I was a kid. It was called Quark, and the premise of it was that they were a crew of a space garbage vessel. Like they worked for some like galactic sanitation, and they were it was really, it didn't last very long at all. But I remember they had that always pushing that shit, Battlestar Galactica. And of course that one was kind of pushing the idea of the ancient aliens along with it too. Going searching for the legendary place called Earth, you know, and where their ancestors had fled from Earth many, you know, millennia ago and habitated these other, and these people had these names like Apollo and Adama and Cassiopeia and shit like that, you know. So it was really you know,
I'm not gonna lie,
trying to reify that bullshit, you know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. As a kid, I loved Battlestar Galactica from the 80s.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I did. No, the old one with the chrome Cylons and shit. Yeah,
like I love that one, man. I love.
I liked it. I liked it. And of course, I always liked Star Trek. I always liked Star Trek. And I still do. But I cut up and make jokes during it. You know, I'm all the time cutting up, making jokes. I'm like, oh, I've never seen that character before. He's gonna get zapped. Watch.
Yeah, right. You're like, all right, we're going down to the planet of Eldaron real quick. Yeoman, come with me. It's like, oh shit, Yeoman, man, you an ensign too? Oh man, you screwed.
Yeah, it's going to be all of us known characters to the show, and Ensign Bob. Come on, Ensign Bob.
Yeah.
Hey, why do I got to wear a red shirt, man? What's up?
Stop asking
one of them
questions.
gold fucking shirts, man. Them guys never get killed. Give me a gold shirt.
Yeah.
At least if you're going up against stormtroopers, you ain't got to worry them fuckers couldn't hit the broadside of a barn from inside of it, you know? You see those stormtroopers on Star Wars, man. They're like choo choo choo, and there's bullets going everywhere but on target. You know?
But the target, yep. Yep.
Well, let's see. I think this. Let's see if this gets any gooder. I don't think it's gonna, and then I think I'm probably gonna wind it up. I mean, this is all the better it's got within an hour. Watching this guy kvetch is enough.
Different from the moon landing. Okay, me hitting a garbage can 20 miles away is a completely different thing than the moon landing.
Thank you.
Okay, how is it a different? Well, maybe it's not so different if the moon landing happened here on Earth. So
there you go.
Remember this claim. Let me recontextualize the claim. We have used the equations, the exact. I don't know the exact same equations. Very similar equations to you shooting artillery and being able to hit a bucket at 20 miles. Okay, we're applying those very similar equations, and we're saying if we shoot now. Bear in mind, I'm going to scale this up to artillery. If we shoot artillery here on Earth, it's going to land in that bucket. However, if we shoot artillery in the moon, it's going to hit a bucket way far out that way. Okay.
Well, try to shoot the artillery from the Earth to the moon. That's what we're talking about here, and then hit the target. That's what we're talking about there, fat boy. I don't think you understand.
Now, it's that same concept, how you could guess where that our shell is going to land given the artillery. It's that same exact concept, scaled down to dust. Okay, we can guess how that dust moves based off of our knowledge here on Earth, based off of the equations, based off of the measurements, based on testing to make sure that those measurements are accurate because we've tested those measurements.
Did you have some moon dust that you used? Did you have moon dust that you tested it to or anything? This guy's hung up on this dumbest fucking thing. He's an hour into it, and all he's done is talk about goddamn moon dust flying off the wheels of a dune buggy. Yep. Never once wondering how the fuck did they get a dune buggy up on the moon?
In that little shuttle.
Come on, man. How you doing there, Flow State?
I'm all right. You? I see the International Space Station is still rocking.
Oh yeah, me and something Wong. We've been up here doing the pressure testing.
Little Wong back there.
Yeah. We've been doing space pressure testing.
Lowry.
What's up, guys?
What's up, bro?
Dude, I've just been talking all night, but I love to see you guys doing your thing. It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I thought we'd talk about it. I couldn't believe there's people still debating the validity of the moon landing. I didn't think anybody still believed that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, we're at a point now where it's just like, really, dude, are we actually talking about that shit? You can't land on it. You can't fucking land on it. What are we doing here, dude? Like,
how do you get to it?
I don't know. Like, what do you do with that after that? You're like, go find a girl and like make a baby and like go plant a garden or something. You can't land on the fucking light in the sky. It's stupid and dumb. Fucking retarded. Right?
They're gonna be like, what do you mean we can't land on it? Not only did we land on it, but we drove a buggy on it too. And it's oh, you dumb motherfuckers, please.
Yeah, and they hit golf balls on it too. It's just like equally stupid, retarded, and like everything. It's like I don't know, like I actually never ever rant really bad, but I ranted really bad last night, and like I'm kind of like I have to take a safe space about this whole Earth moving up thing. It was a problem. Right, like Dell's moving, the Earth moving.
Oh fuck those guys, man, the Deltardians. Okay,
I just can't. Like, I'm like that threw me off on so much last night. I haven't been triggered for a long time until that one last night. So like, I'm like, okay, I let myself get triggered and I got pissed off and I was like, this is fucking stupid. And then I walked back from it and I realized, I don't know. I think Dell's going through menopause. I think he is.
I don't know what it is, and I really don't give a shit one way or the other. The whole prospect of it is stupid. Okay, the whole prospect of it is stupid. In order for that effect to be the result of upward movement, okay, that means that it would have to be increasingly accelerating at all times in order to maintain the effect. At which point, just since last week, we would be going, like multiple times the speed of light by now. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's just some of the dumbest shit. I remember the first time I ever heard about that was probably 2016 or so. When I first got, started hearing about this flat earth and shit, I went to, of course, the Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
And that was one of the tenets that they had was an upward rising earth. And I was like, yeah, that sounds kind of ridiculous. Mm-hmm. And I started trying to war game it in my head. And I'm like, no, I can't make any sense of that whatsoever. And then, I thought, okay, well, then when I found out Flat Earth Society is a government psyop, I was like, well, yeah, no wonder then. Okay, fine. And then I hear this guy coming out talking about it. And the worst part of it is not there's a bunch of other people that have not run it through the fucking logic sensors and are going, yeah,
makes sense.
That makes sense. I'm like, my God.
Well, not only is the whole system, if they are expecting us to like look at their claim, the entire system is moving up at endless acceleration so that our feet stay on the ground. It's just stupid. It's,
Yeah.
And why would they think that? Like, what's the reasoning they give for thinking that we're moving up?
I don't
It's
know,
just
they
another
don't-
reason to explain
I don't know.
gravity.
Because they don't understand zero net force. They don't
So,
understand
I don't-
zero net force of things in free fall. That's why.
Bro, they don't
tried
even want to
to
give it a
equate
chance.
zero net force when it comes to anything regarding the relative density of objects within the medium. Okay. When there is zero net force, it is still in a process of equalization. It hasn't sorted out yet. Stop. Okay.
Stop.
That's all.
Stop. They don't even want to listen. At least we entertain. We know what the fuck they're gonna come up with, right? A lot of these guys, they don't even know about the stuff, with the electromagnetics and everything else like that. They don't even want to give it a chance. They don't even want to look at it. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
What's wrong with reality? What's wrong with the exact thing that we look at? I still can't deal with this shit. What's wrong with exactly the way that we see it? You're not moving. There's no curvature. There's no bullshit upward fucking bullshit. It's like Dell. I swear Dell's going through menopause. It's like, what are you fucking doing, Dell? I've been fucking listening to you for fucking 10 years. You're a smart motherfucker. And suddenly he's like, oh, now it's upward. That makes no sense at all. It's stupid. It's retarded. Where's it going? Is it going? Where's our whole system going up? Up to where? Where the fuck is it going? It's
we
dumb.
asked him a few months ago. I remember this was months ago on Flatsoids. We asked him, we said, what's causing the acceleration? And he's just, all he could say was, it's just moving because it's moving. And I'm like, that doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
I mean, honestly, he's an intelligent dude. I think he just got bored. He just got bored. I think he got bored, and he's like, well, now what else can I talk about? Oh, it's like this thing. I'm like, Dell, fucking fuck off, Dell. You're toxic right now. I love you, Dell, but fuck off. And like, this is stupid. Why are we talking about this? Reality is exactly as it presents itself. They're not moving. There's no motion. There's no curvature. Reality is right in front of your face. Dell likes to smoke cigarettes and fucking argue with people.
Me too.
That's it. I kind of like to do that too. But like, it's really what it is. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Like you're toxifying like what would be forward moving conversations about like actually getting ourselves out of this fucking nastiness that we're in,
muddying up the water.
Yeah, I don't think Dell's muddying up the water. He might be bored. Maybe he's again. I think he's going through. I don't know what he's doing. But it's just like, dude, you're slowed down a bunch of really good talk moving forward, and like talking about all this stuff. Like we all came to this consensus with a group effort. We all came to it, and we had to do that. And now it's like, oh, now Dell's bored and he wants to go fucking do another thing and do a whatever,
Yeah,
that's
fine. That's fine. I also look at it as and I'm not meaning this against anybody. I mean, if you're subscribed to that shit, that's your fucking deal right there. But in my opinion, it's kind of more of the separating the wheat from the chaff.
There we go.
Those who are truly thinking and those that are not.
Just slam that like button for Sovereign Soul Unchained everything.
And Nicole's your biggest fan of all time. I would say like really honestly, it's like we're at this space now where it's like last night I never rant, and I ranted. Well, I not like but like
he just threw you under the bus and walked away.
Yeah, but she's right. I ranted last night because I was just like, this is the stupidest fucking thing. Why am I talking about this? And then it made me angry. It made me angry. I went and ranted on fucking Crumb's thing, and I was like, why am I so angry? And I was like, this is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Like this whole upward thing, it's like, it's dumb. It's toxic. It's useless. It's a time suck for everybody in the community.
Well, I've said everything I think I need to say on it so far. I've done a show where the very first part of it was I was addressing it, and sorry, it doesn't hold water. That dog doesn't hunt. I'm not entertaining it any longer. Okay, so
upwards and onwards, right?
I'm just I'm going along. You got to stick with what is demonstrably provable. Okay, boots on the ground. You know,
Yeah.
so and every
What
time
is-
you ask one of these globetards for proof of the globe, the first thing they do is point at the fucking sky and tell you a story about it. And it's like that's not
right.
What is demonstrably? What does that mean?
to be able to demonstrate. To be able to demonstrate.
There's demons in it.
There's demons in it.
like a controlled experiment, where you can actually show somebody here's what happens when this, that, or the other takes place. Boom, boom, boom.
Let me demonstrate to you.
Kind of what it is. It's like a demonstration.
If anything gets needs some holy water, I got the holy water here.
There you go.
But isn't the big joke, and we should all have a good laugh about this, is like we actually our company actually demonstrates stuff. The other company doesn't
We
demonstrate
demonstrate.
anything.
We don't demonstrate.
We
Yeah, I don't know.
demonstrated. Oh shit! Hold on, man. I got holy water in my car. Give me 5 minutes.
Demonstrating. It's kind of like menstruating, but really bad. It's demons. It's fucking demons.
Damn Glovers, they go into menopause. They go into
It's like a
menopause. Like fuck
Yeah,
that.
be like, yeah, you walk in a place, you just like, I smell sulfur all over the place. Man, did you just have a demonstration like 5 minutes ago?
Let's get it on.
All over this bitch.
Put you in a red tent, all right?
You know what I'm saying?
It's like
I just came in here, you had this demonstration, you didn't even want a motherfucker. Damn.
You remember in Game of Thrones when that witch, that red witch, she gave birth to that demon.
Oh,
that demon cloud, like it was like this dark cloud came out from between her legs. I was like, oh my god, she just queefed out a demon.
Wait, was it a cloud or a clot? Like a blood?
It wasn't a clot. I mean, that's gross, but like a clot would be gross. But
Okay.
yeah,
All right, I don't want to demonstrate any of that.
you don't want.
No, we don't want a demonstration.
No.
No.
So anyway, how are you guys?
We're good. We're good. But yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, well, why do you think the Earth is the globe? Well, look at the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
There's a troubling thing that we're working with here, and actually is like the inability to go past the fact that okay, you think it's curved. Then you show evidence that it isn't curved. Nobody can. They're colorblind. There's a literal color blindness that goes on. It doesn't matter how smart they are. They might be the most intelligent person you've ever met, and you're like, where's the evidence? Okay, here's evidence, and I'll give you more evidence. I'll give you 3, 5, 6, 10 times evidence. This is why I think it's not curved. They don't want to look at it. So I really believe that they have a real strong issue with the spiritual aspect of it. I think it's really hard for people to cope with the spiritual thing. Because once you realize that it's created, once you realize that we're in a created space, it fucks with your entire thing from all the way back, the way back.
I'm not sure it's entirely voluntary, though.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think that we've been all taught this shit from such an early age. And, you know, the first 5 years of your life or so, you're in basically a hypnotic state, just absorbing information.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to rewrite that.
What was that movie? I was watching last night? Room. I think it might be on Netflix. And what it is basically this girl who had been kidnapped and was being kept in this room in a shed for like the past 6 years, and she'd had a child by her captor who would come in there and like have his way with her all the time, and she hadn't escaped, and she'd been raising this kid for those years in the shed with her. The kid didn't know there was an outside world. He thought the outside world was imaginary because it was on TV. That's the only place he saw it. He didn't know it was actually real. And when they finally got rescued, it was wild because the doctor said, it's a good thing that we got him now while he's still plastic. While he's still plastic.
Was it a true story?
No, I think it's based on a true story. I was
going to say, sounds familiar because I think something like that actually happened in Ohio.
And there was that dude in Germany that had like 3 kids with his daughter or something.
Yeah,
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
yes.
That's kind of sort of like the dark side of like the allegory of the cave, right? Only in reality, like it's the allegory of the cave. It's like if you don't know what you don't know, you don't know, right?
You don't.
And
she worked it out.
That's
She worked
what-
it out to have the kid help her to escape. And so what she did is she had him. She made it like he had a fever and then he was going to have to go to the hospital, and that didn't work. The guy wouldn't take him to the hospital. He said, "Oh, I'll just get some medication at the drugstore or whatever else like that." So then what she did is she worked with the kid and had him pretend like he was dead and rolled him up in a rug and practiced unrolling himself from the rug and shit like that. So that when the guy came in, he said, "Well, you didn't," she said, "you didn't do anything and now he's dead." And she already had him rolled up in the carpet. And so the guy carries the carpet out, puts it in the back of the truck. And she told him, when the truck slows down, roll yourself loose. And when the truck slows down, jump out of the truck and run to the first person. And the kid did, and he almost didn't make it. And somebody else saw the guy trying to drag him back to the truck and intervened, and the guy just booked ass. And so then they were able to figure out where the kid came from and everything. It was really
What was that called?
Room.
Yeah, I wrote it down.
But I thought that was interesting where he said, good thing we've got to him now while he's still plastic. And
Right,
that reminds me of the Jesuits who say, "Give me a child by the age of 5 and he will belong to the church forever."
Because they're fucking psychopaths. And that's
well,
what we're
it's
dealing
basically
with.
that's your hardwiring time period. That's also the period of time that they use while you're still plastic to embed this bullshit into you. You memorize a Pledge of Allegiance, you memorize the planets, your little rules and raising your hand and doing all this fucking bullshit is all embedded in at that early age right there.
Yeah, and then once you get past that thing, you get past the allegory of the cave, you're like, you don't have any direction after that because you don't even know how to get outside of that because you're like, what the fuck was any of this?
Oh, the kid was tripping balls when he saw the outside world. He was tripping. He was totally tripping. He couldn't believe it, man. He just couldn't believe that the world was that big.
Yeah, and also
because his whole world was just that room.
Yeah, and once you get outside the allegory of the cave, you literally we're like even me, Sav, and you, and the rest of us, we're well on our way outside of the fucking cave, but we're trying to figure out what the fuck now, what actually happened to all of us. What happened to us from the time we were born in this world and walking around, ambulating around this place, working out our own thing. What is it now? Like, what is it that we're supposed to do? What power do we have? And that's what I seek out every single fucking day. I'm like, how do I manifest a better place? Because I just escaped the allegory of the cave, and everyone listening here.
Elizabeth Smart. That's the name of the girl.
Elizabeth Smart. Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's the one that got. Is that the one?
That's the one that you heard. Yeah. Elizabeth Smart.
Yeah, she doesn't know. She doesn't even know. Like, she's just freshly in the last 7 years, 8 years. I don't know how long she's been.
Elizabeth Smart.
She just recently realized that she was outside of a thing that she was inside of. But everybody, everyone. How do you create a fence around something without creating a fence around it? You curve it. You curve it, right? Yeah. That's what they did. They did a thing to us. I don't know if we're supposed to go out.
Look, they can take fleas. They can take fleas and put them in a jar, and those fleas can freely jump out of that jar. But they put those fleas in there and put the lid on, and come back after about a day and a half, open that lid, and none of them fleas can jump out past where that lid was at. They can't make it. They'll stay. You can leave it open all day long. None of them, even next generations of fleas that are born, won't be able to jump out.
And therein lies the question, really, right there. It's like, what are we? Do we want to know what's out south? Out south.
We already out here. We're alive. My thing is, we're here. We're alive. Hell, why not? We've been trying to figure everything else out.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm of the idea of like, okay, great. If we're not supposed to go out, all directions. If we're not supposed to go out there, I get it. Maybe we're a danger to them or they're a danger to us. I fucking want to know what the fuck is out there. I don't care if I'm supposed to go out there or not. I'm not trying to go out there. Don't give a fuck. Don't give a fuck. But at the same time, once you crack the idea that you fucking inverted and re-inverted yourself back to flat, then you can actually crack the rest of the shit that is awesome.
Once you break it, well, when you're operating through false paradigms, you're using false things that are not fact, treating them as fact, and trying to advance upon those lines. You can't.
Yeah, you're using false standards that don't even exist.
I mean, the minute, like, other than your spiritual journey, which is yours and yours alone to have, and I never interfere with that, the flat earth cracks everything. And then you can figure out the rest of the bullshit. And it works. It really,
look how
truly works.
Look how bad people are right now. Like we were talking about it earlier. Nobody's going, hey, Trump, man, the fucking ear, man.
He faked it like an assassination thing. We all saw it.
I know.
It was clear like 5 minutes when I saw that. I was like, this is bullshit.
And
Already.
look, both perceived sides. Look, both perceived sides are playing along with it too.
Yep.
Now it's plain as day that fucking shit was fake as hell. Now, if I was an opponent, if I truly was an opponent, I'd be going, hey, this motherfucker lied about getting shot, man. Look at this shit. What's up? Right? Nope, not at all. Nobody even mentioned it. One mention of it at a press conference that he said, oh yeah, I'm a really fast healer.
But here's my thing. Here's my thing with that. I think people that were close, like I think it was the former director of the FBI that said, when he said, he didn't get shot, it was glass. I was like,
but his doctor said it was a fucking it was consistent with a bullet that had scooped out material from the air. Okay, that was his doctor. Examining said that.
Total bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
And then when you understand the Hegelian dialectic, they use this thing over and over and over again forever.
Preach.
They use it over and over and over again. And like once you start to see it, it's like then you're just a ping pong ball bouncing between their fucking things over and over and over again. It's bullshit. We don't need leaders. We don't need any of this.
A lot of people do.
Yes. I mean, there are people that don't understand. They can't.
You know, like a lot of people do need leaders.
Yes, and I agree with that. It's like, but from my perspective, like at least from our community's perspective, I'm like, fuck you and fuck everything. This is bullshit. I mean, like Nicole and I saw that thing that day. Cool. You're cool. Fuck you. But we were like, literally, this is fake as fuck. And it turns out it was fake as fuck. Super fake. You know,
right,
and so
check this out. Let's just you can still use the F bombs, but let's just kind of. Yeah, I'm guilty too, but we need to cut the frequency of that out. That's starting to sound.
Oh yeah, I'm actually procrastinating appealing my demonetization right now.
I'll comment.
Man. Oh, I'll be bad at it. I'm real bad.
I just got I got hit for.
Yeah, we're starting to get like Goodfellas on here, man.
And is that a bullpup behind Ironwork?
Oh, right there.
And the other shoulder.
Right no. That's a 9mm.
Right. In the little, it's a bullpup. It's like a.
Let's take a look at his ear. Let's look at his ear.
It's a pistol caliber carbine.
Right.
Yep.
Who was showing that video? The ear. I want to see this ear. I want to see.
All right, check this out.
This is
what he said too. Listen.
It's a hell of a shot, but I'm a fast healer. Well, pretty much recovered. No, it didn't hit that. I got very lucky.
Oh my God!
It just hit the lobe, as they go.
The lobe. All right. Okay. So.
Yeah, a little bit, not much.
So wait. So, all right. So is the upper part the lobe as well?
No.
Is that like the higher lobe, and then there's a lower lobe?
No.
My man said it hit. He just named a part of the ear that he just knew. He didn't know no other parts of the ear. He was like,
that's
it
right.
is the low part, man.
There ain't a fucking thing wrong there at all.
Wolverine
Nothing wrong there at all. He says, I'm a fast healer.
I had a cartilage piercing, 20 years ago right there, and you can still see that better than you can see his bullet hole.
Yeah. Well, the doctor that examined it afterwards stated on television, right, on camera, that it was scooped out, consistent with a bullet wound.
No. Do people know that is a cartilage? That's not like it's not like a soft, super soft.
Right. It doesn't grow back.
I didn't even know. I know
It
once
doesn't
that thing
grow
is
back.
destroyed, like it like shatters damn near.
Yes.
So what do you guys make of it? Like, what are we looking at here? Like, we're literally looking at like a false dichotomy. We've got two sides.
The whole thing
is a lie.
It's a big fucking show.
Yeah, he lied. It's a big fucking.
It's not just him. It's this perceived left and right are both in on this all together. All of it. Okay, they're pretending like they hate each other, just like Hulk Hogan pretends like he hates Macho Man.
Right.
And Andre the Giant, he hates this other guy. And boy, they're big rivals and shit. Meanwhile, after the big event, they're sitting back, drinking beers and eating steaks, laughing at how fucking gullible all these idiots that paid a bunch of money to watch it nonsense are.
Yeah.
This is what these guys are doing. And people are falling for it. People are falling for it.
Still.
I mean, they put stamps on their own ears to follow in some sort of fucking crazy ass
God,
thing.
yes.
But here's the thing. It's like so what is our vector? Like we clearly,
Wait, what was the stamps and ears thing you just?
just like they would put things on their ears to follow Trump.
Yeah,
and
they had they was all putting bandages on.
Okay.
This is one I have. This was Mike Lindell's My Ear Bandage. And
I still think that's savage.
you don't see that motherfucker around. How come he's not all sucking Trump dick this time?
I mean,
you saw him all last time,
That's
right?
good,
Mike
that's good,
Lindell,
yeah.
nowhere to be seen.
Yeah,
they're getting older. Their sex drive is plateauing.
But so like in moving forward, because I think everyone here we're all awake here in this conversation. All of us are awake. Like what's our vector? Like what do we do at this point in time? Like what do we like? Clearly, I don't give a fuck who is the president. I don't fuck. I'm gonna turn my back on. I'm turning my back on all of it.
Peaceful non-compliance.
That's
it.
Yeah.
We're turning our back on all of this shit, right?
Yes.
I don't vote.
It's a lie. It's a sham. When you cast a ballot, look, they already tell you, does the popular vote count? No. It's
I don't
the
think it ever
electoral
has.
vote. It's the electoral vote, right?
Has any vote ever
Okay.
counted? Saab?
Well, no. And it's not who
Ever?
casts the ballot, it's who counts the ballots. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the popular vote is never counted. It's always been up to the electoral college, right? So what are you really doing when you cast a ballot? You're consenting to the contract. Your vote is your consent to the contract. Win or lose, you are agreeing to whatever comes about as a result of that action. That's all it is. It's your consent. That's why they want you to vote. They want everybody to vote.
I view it more as
so,
participating in your own lie.
We don't agree, then we turn our back on it. That's pretty much
That's
it. That's the only thing you have is turn
Does
your
it
back
really
on it.
How does it
all.
affect my life? Let's just think about this. If Donald Trump had been actually shot, and let's say he'd actually been assassinated, okay, how would that affect any of you or me at all?
Wouldn't.
No.
Nothing that happens in DC or these rich people affects any of us. We just walk away from it. And that's the whole thing. I've been trying to figure out what do we do to fight this thing, and it's really just turn your back on it.
You have
turn
to
your back
ignore
on
it.
these motherfuckers.
It's the
Just
same.
who gives a fuck? Just walk
Yeah.
away.
It's the same with those. It's the same with the Globe people, like Saab was mentioning the last couple of episodes and stuff. Same thing with them. You just don't mention them. They lose power. Once they lose power, they lose the relevancy and I guess residency. Right? They lose it, and once they lose it, they're useless at that point. Kind of like our our elected parasites. Just like that.
Yes, and I would say McToon, he demands that everyone wants to debate him, and we stopped it. We stopped talking to him. We stopped talking to McToon. We stopped talking to like a bunch of other people, and guess what? They don't make any money anymore.
Yeah,
and that's really what it was. It was like, just fuck off. You suck, dude. You suck.
Are they tripping? Are they tripping? I paid no attention to them.
No, they send messages to Jaron. They send messages to Austin. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Let's do it. And we've all come to a consensus like, fuck you. I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're a fucking energy suck. You suck. You're awful and fuck off. And like once you turn your back to that kind of shit, they don't have any power in it anymore. I think the power is only in that. It's like they need you to emanate what they want to get out of you. Because they can't create. They're not creators. They're whatever. I want to say the D word, but they're of the type that can't make new stuff. Whereas we are the kind of people.
I thought he meant the C word. Like I thought he was going to say the Chinese, but
I'll say demon.
No offense to anybody. Chinese.
I don't. Nicole and I have an agreement. We don't say that word very often.
Can we say Jin?
Just out of curiosity, why?
Yeah.
How about Archon?
Like you don't want to like say my name 3 times and I'll show up, that sort of thing.
Yes,
you don't
it's
want
kind
to
of like
manifest.
that. It's weird like that. But yeah, I don't want to manifest that motherfucking thing, right?
Just shine the light. Just shine the light. Light shining, it won't come.
You don't want to demonetize.
Right.
Demonetize. Yeah. So
I had to put my foot down about Ouija boards, right? Because I said, like, look, probably just a board game, but if you fuck around and find out, I can't just spray for bugs, you know, like.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't trust it any. There's something. There's way.
But now
more
I got
to
my
it.
holy water.
And no,
that's all you need.
And I'll tell you, like, I'm no saint. I've been in rock bands for 20 years. I've done plenty of psychedelics. When you open up a portal, you better be really spiritually fucking based before you do that. If you're gonna do that, you really need to, because if you're not, you'll let something in that ain't good. Yeah. And that's what these guys are. That's what have these cats that fucking want to come on and debate.
Most people don't know how to set a circle of protection.
Yeah.
Around.
No, because most people don't believe that that's not real because they think they're on a globe.
Listen, before you take something apart, you better know how to put it back together. Yeah. Okay.
Unless you're a tweaker. Then that motherfucker's just coming apart.
Yeah, if you open something and you don't know how to close it, you've got problems.
Yeah, you better have a very base spiritual position. And again, I'm okay.
Here's the best bet. Here's what you better have. The good sense to not fuck with it. That's what you gotta have.
Yeah.
The good sense to not fuck with it. Okay. I know there's electricity. I know it runs through my house. I don't know enough about it that I want to go fuck with it. Okay. Because that's how you get hurt. That's how you get hurt, right? I'm not going to go out here and start fucking with my main power line into my house. No. People get cooked doing that shit. All right. And I don't have enough knowledge about it to do it. So,
yeah, but I feel like you're durable enough to take a few shocks.
I could put me back to life and have the opposite effect.
I've been thrown off a fridge, and my dad got thrown off a fucking outlet. But like, yeah, it's just respect for the natural position that we're living in. Like literally, like just have some non-ego in all of this. Non-ego.
That's right.
And like we're not like literally we're participating in a system that works, and it's been working for a long time. And like just fucking step back and be cool with it. You know, we got a lot of stories and a lot of Bible stories. We got a lot of everything stories, right?
Oh yeah.
But here's the thing, like I got a lot of fucking respect for something bigger that I don't understand. And I know it now after fucking figuring out there's no curvature, after figuring out all this bullshit. I know that I have respect for whatever created this thing, whatever this thing we're walking around in. I have tremendous respect for creator, whatever it is. That's it.
You got to ask yourself this too when it comes to your own self. Okay. Who has the highest claim over your life and your property? Who? You. You do.
Don't tell the IRS.
Okay.
Or the DEA.
Because
There
they'll be
again,
like,
that's only there
okay,
again. See, there's a trick. There's a trick. Okay, the IRS and all that. When you realize that too is a voluntary contract that you do not have to comply with, you just have to know how.
Well, I wouldn't
not
want to be stuck in a situation where I have to argue that point, though.
Why? All they
I'll
have
be
to, all
honest,
you have
I
to
don't
do,
know shit about
if you
it.
go to
I'll be
court,
like,
if you go to court, you're
all
gonna
they
find
have
it.
to do is show me any law that says I'm required to pay an income tax.
No, there's
Theoretically,
none.
that's not really how court works, though.
Yeah, it actually is. You have to have a law. And if I'm going to be going to court, I also am allowed to question and cross-examine my accusers. Okay? Not one guy is not the fucking IRS. What is the IRS? What is the Internal Revenue Service? It's a corporation, right?
It's stupid.
So how are you
Dumb.
going to bring a corporation, a dead entity, onto the
They're not
witness
going to. They're just going to keep hitting you with new charges and new charges
Well,
and
that's
surcharges
only
and
if
sit
I
you in
agree.
jail and let you just rot it out.
Wait, only if I agree to the conditions of maritime commercial court.
Well, that's just not true.
It is true. It is.
No, he's,
true.
he's actually talking about like if you
I'm-
actually agree to do that, then you are, it's
Never
maritime law or land.
Take it out of the
Never
jurisdiction.
once has a cop asked me about my consent to maritime law before arresting me.
No. You don't do it there. You have to do it at the court. Stupid cop don't know fucking shit. Okay, he don't know fucking shit.
Yeah,
right?
'cause
He's
if you
just a
resist,
dumb
the cop is
thug.
just gonna
He's
get his
just a
friend,
dumb thug
right,
and
revenue
then they're gonna
collector.
be
Okay?
yeah.
So you're
You
not
could be
going
right,
to beat the
and we've
ride.
seen it.
All right, so
Yeah, and
you
we've
have to
seen it a
question
million times. You could be
jurisdiction.
right.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so like
You have to establish jurisdiction, and the only time they have jurisdiction over you in a commercial capacity such
That's how
as
it
that is if you are a corporate slave. Now, if you identify yourself as a corporate 14th Amendment citizen, then you are subject to that. But if you invoke common law by reserving your rights from the outset, then you can take the
how do you do
jurisdiction
that?
of
Let's
common law.
because
what
you're consenting to it. You're consenting.
No,
to it.
I want specific
You're
literal steps.
consenting
How do you
to it.
invoke the common law?
You
You
say
invoke
no.
it by
You
reserving
say
your rights.
no. You say no.
You say I reserve
say
my
no.
rights under UCC 1-308.
Okay, but UCC is commercial code.
That's right.
I identify as a princess. How does that
So,
fall into the
it
code?
is assumed-
That means that you have your own
it is
special
assumed-
princess court
it is
for only
assumed-
princesses and unicorns.
It is assumed,
And that's under the uncommon law.
unless you state otherwise, it is assumed you identify as a 14th Amendment U.S. citizen.
Which all of us are, because we're born
No.
that way.
No.
Yes.
I identify as a princess, and
That's how
Here's what I would give you guys. Like, it's just some gravy for you guys. This is my
Gravy.
my personal belief in like all of this thing. It's like the spiritual realm and the material realm that it's closer than everyone believes or that everyone knows, right? So like every single person that's listening here, I think every single person that's listening into this broadcast, all of you have like helpers that are working with you. All of you, every single person in here has helpers that are working with you in your soul journey or whatever it is, right? Law is just fucking something that gets you to just go over to the other side because they can't create. We can create. We're the thinkers, right? We're the thinkers. We can actually make something new where the people that are controlling us, the controllers, can't make new stuff. So
y'all are both really metaing up the law.
I mean, it's woo woo a little bit, but like just
No,
hang
you're
with
right,
me.
you're metaing.
Hang with me here a little bit. But what I'm saying is like everybody here, obviously, that are here having a conversation we're having right now, we have the ability to create. The people that don't have the ability to create created a maritime law and a land time law.
That sentence killing me.
To get you to consent to what they want so they can get what they want out of you and make you do what they want to do. All you have to do is turn your fucking back to it. That's it. There's nothing else to it. Fuck the judges, fuck the law, fuck it all. Just
And
turn
I
your
say
back
that
on it.
is absolutely false.
Yeah.
All right, tell me another way around it, because I'd like to know.
I mean, no, you can't just turn your back on it. Go ahead and try. You're going to get arrested.
I have for my whole life, and I haven't been arrested. But
I mean,
just saying.
Yeah, because you haven't been caught. Then.
Oh, there could be that.
I mean,
I'm not denying that. I mean, maybe I'm
Right.
cat and mouse and shit, and like I haven't
Yeah,
done
but
it. But like,
right, but my point is it's not actually like you don't actually give yourself then the freedom that you took back, right? You can't just walk around the street drinking a beer and hitting a bump off your hand, right? Because that's actually still illegal, and you're still subject to those laws if they get enforced on you.
I was just
Right,
talking
it's
in
still
aggregate. In
self-defined.
aggregate, you can turn your back on it. You just.
But there
in
again,
aggregate-
that's not crime. That's not a crime.
Well, I agree. In on the moral level. What I'm saying is
Well, the
just
whole thing
how
should
things
only
are,
be
not
on
how
a
I think
moral
they
level.
should be. This is not my
Listen, it should all be on a moral level. The
Exactly.
reason
Okay, but
it's
it's-
not
but
is
it's
because
not.
we've been transferred under Uniform Commercial Code away from common law. That's the problem.
Some of y'all need to go back to third grade civics.
It's
Oh.
Sob, it's God's law. It's like right. It's like you don't
Well,
have any
it's
fucking
Roman law.
right over me
It's-
other than
no, it's common law is Roman law. Okay. In other words, if you create a victim, compensation or justice must be given. Okay. So you've committed a crime if you have caused loss, injury, or harm to another.
And
Okay,
I
that's-
agree
that's
entirely
crime.
with that sentiment.
Now-
but that is not the laws that are being enforced on us.
Well, that's right. That's because
I hate to cut y'all
that's
off.
because you get.
I've
All
got
right, go
I got to bounce. In the words of Flatsoid, gentlemen, I'd love to stay on longer with you, but I've got work in the morning. The Earth is still flat. That
May the
hasn't
pleasure
changed.
be with you.
Yes, it hasn't changed. It's still flat.
Iron, you're fucking amazing, dude. I think like where we're coming from is like I identify with you guys because I don't give a fuck about what anyone tells me what to do. I don't want anyone to tell me what to fucking do. And that's really where we're at. Like we're like you guys, we're on the fringe, man. Like we're unhireable. We are unfucking recruitable. Like we've gotten to at this point in time is so far outside of the fucking realm that nobody knows what to do with us anymore. Okay.
We're everything your parents ever warned you about.
Actually,
okay?
does anyone on this panel have a regular 9-to-5 W-2 job?
I don't.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good call. Yeah.
Yeah. And what I'm trying to say is like, okay, well, you just walk away from these motherfuckers. Just walk away from them.
Yeah.
I mean, like, don't get yourself in trouble and get yourself like in trouble with the law or whatever. Just
You
like
just
literally.
turn your pretty head and walk away.
I mean, I don't know.
Well,
I guess is that being a rebel? I don't know. I mean,
No, I mean, I like it. I like it. I always push back on the Sovs hit mumbo jumbo because then you have people doing stupid shit because they think that they're
No, listen, you
Yeah,
got to
that'd
know
be
what the fuck you're talking about before you start invoking any of this shit. And I highly suggest you study it, know it, understand
I
it.
have studied it, and unfortunately,
100%.
and actually, I have my Black's Law dictionary. One of my Black's Law dictionaries right here
gotta
because
get
I was
one
just
of
debating it last night again.
Later, Ironworks.
All right, y'all be easy. You
Right
guys
on.
have a good night.
Love you, buddy. Love
Yeah.
you, buddy.
All right.
Yeah. So we actually, and you're right, it's not run the way it's supposed to be run at all. It's a totalitarian police state. This is what we live in. Okay.
I could make a
And
good
if you-
argument for us actually living under soft slavery if you get
Well,
the war on
yeah.
drugs and income tax, right? War on drugs gives you second choice in what you do with your body, and income tax second portion of for
let's
your labor.
take a look at what's going on right now. Right now in England, and they're really pushing to have this kind of thing happen here. In England right now, they just gave a guy 20 months in prison for a Facebook post.
What did it say?
I don't know the exact verbiage in it, but it doesn't matter what
I
it
wouldn't say
said.
the exact verbiage. I'm just trying to get a.
They said that he was encouraging violence against migrants. So you can interpret that however you want to. From mealy mouth, that could be anything as innocuous as saying, "Yeah, they should burn those fucking places down."
That's always been assault, though, right?
It doesn't. Yeah. Well, see, no.
Hasn't
That whole thing. How are you? Because if you agree with something or repost it, that you're.
Well, I mean, we don't have any idea what he said, what the post was, right? So I guess I'm assuming that it was a direct threat or a direct.
No, it wasn't a direct threat.
No,
it was no direct threats. More along the line, something like, okay, it was in regards to, I guess they set fire to one of those migrant hotels, right? And his post was, there you go. They ought to do that with all of them.
I would have
a
a really good hunch that like most of the people in this chat in this conversation have read Orwell. And if you've read Orwell, whether it's his name or not, I think he has another name. It's like he has an original name.
Pen name.
He's a pen name or whatever.
Eric Blair. He is Tony Blair's uncle, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What?
George from an elite family. He's from an elite family.
From an elite
He's
family.
from an elite family that he went to Eton College. Of course, he knew what the fucking plan was. Why do you think he wrote about it?
Yeah, and he wrote about it very clearly. And like if you understand doublespeak and you understand language spells, which is what we're under right now, we're under massive language spells. You can walk yourself back out of it slowly. It's not going to be easy because like your normie friends and your family members and people that don't understand you, they're going to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm like, no, but they did say it. They gave it to us, truth in plain sight. So like if Orwell was truth in plain sight for that matter, even so, it's still, you want to walk yourself back the fuck out of it and actually get control of your sovereign. Is sovereign the right way to say it? I'm a free man. I only answer to one thing. I don't answer to anything else.
That's not what sovereign means. Sovereign.
Because sovereign's really tricky. It's a tricky word.
Is a tricky word, and sovereign means that you're not owned by anything.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Like
Well,
but you are owned. You are owned at some level. You answer to.
No, you have a duty or a loyalty to, like, what owns everything else. Or I'm probably not saying this right, but if you're sovereign, like you're monarch, so you don't have necessarily a say in anything, but your opinion matters, right?
In the body politic, in the proletariat.
I think it means you're not subject to anything, right?
Right.
You're nothing.
Thank you.
Without masters, basically.
Subject only to God.
And frankly, I think
can rule over you.
I think that's what makes fucking life amazing is like when you find that out and you just turn your back on the rest of the bullshit and you just say what it is that you're seeing, even if you're wrong, even if you fuck it up. You know, I've been in rock bands for 20 years. I've done all the drugs. I've done all the things. I'm no saint, but I clearly look at things that are really truthful in front of me and I like to pursue them. That sounds really important to me. I mean, I don't know if everyone else in this chat thinks the same way or whatever, but it's like, I'd rather do that than this other bullshit that they're creating, which is really truthfully fucking horseshit. I mean, come on.
Here you go.
I really like, and I keep getting distracted by it, the little Asian guy behind Saw. It's just a nice, creepy touch to the decor.
That's Something Wong. He's been with me.
Something Wong. You're Ada.
Holy fuck.
So right out of 1984, Lowry, check this out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that my government.
Tonight, I will speak directly to these people and make the situation perfectly clear to them. The security of this nation depends on complete and total compliance. Tonight, any protester, any instigator or agitator will be made example of.
Oh yeah, dude. And you know what also
was a speech that sought to bring back a country that is divided, tired, worn out, fed up. And I think
He said this down here. My government will fight until you believe again.
tried to speak to the grievance and disillusionment that people are feeling about
Just a
politicians
man,
and public
baby.
life. And he repeated these sentiments in a way. He was trying to say to the public, I get you and I hear you.
Tonight, I will.
yeah, and dude, like once you like go back into Orwell and you read that one sentence, that one thing where they did doublespeak or he did doublespeak, and you actually learn what doublespeak is, you completely change your head around and you're like, fuck all of these motherfuckers. Because like if once you catch doublespeak in a sentence where they say one thing and at the end of the sentence says the opposite, then you've literally figured out the word spells. And what they do is word spells. That's all it is. It's word spells. They'll say one thing and then by the end of the sentence it'll say the opposite. And everyone will just fall for it. And that's what we're fighting against. That's the enemy. I mean, I guess you make the enemy, like whatever enemy we have. I guess if you're Sun Tzu and you want to figure out who your enemy is, who's fucking doing doublespeak with you, and who's censoring you, who's like covering up the things you want to talk about. It's like, what's the most censored thing on YouTube? Sav, go.
I gotta be right back.
Sav's not there.
Oh, he's not. The most censored thing on YouTube, we all know what it is. It's the shape of the earth. But like that's
what about the
thing.
CV or SH, you know, the parents at SH? Some things to do with the JOOs, you know.
Oh, the J things, yeah. There's that too. I mean, that's right up there. The J is right up there. The shape of the thing is right up there. You know, the fucking arm spear is right up there. But we all know it. It's like when you know when you're over the target, when what's getting censored the most, you know that's the thing that you need to attack, stamp it out, and kick its ass, right? And that's like we've been fighting this fucking thing for a lot of us. Been fighting this thing for 15 years. You newbies have been fighting it since 2020, March 2020. But like that's where we're at. Like it's like so. Just now understand. This is what we're looking at. We're looking at people that there's a small group of people. They suck, and they've been brought up in their own thing. They suck horribly. They start with a Z, and there might be a Khazarian, thing. That's what it is. That's what it is. Those are our enemies. So, like, you have to understand that. And then once we get to that, then we can actually fight the fucking battle. Because we've been getting our asses kicked for fucking years. We didn't know we were getting our asses kicked. Sorry, I
don't know. I view the battle a little different. I don't think it's that straightforward. I think that the main culprit is just the general public's individual laziness. Right? People are pretty content, right where they're at.
Well, they're dociled out. They're totally
because they drink on all that fluoride.
Fluoride bullshit,
and antidepressants, and
whatever the fuck they're spraying. There's a lot.
Not smoking enough cigarettes, probably either.
100 years ago, DC'd be in flames right now. Okay, that's the reality of it. If the kind of shit that's going on right now, 100 years ago would have been
100 years ago, they just implemented the Federal Reserve Act. So I don't know if that's accurate. You might need to go back a little further than that.
Might have to go a little further back. Yeah. So this is nobody's going to do anything. They can get away with damn near anything that they want to, and as long as people keep going along with it. But you got to remember this, man. It can't sustain itself, and it's not going to sustain itself. It's coming to an end right now. Don't be the fat domesticated fucking cat with no claws that doesn't know how to catch mice.
Indeed.
Because the owner isn't coming home to feed you.
Yep.
All right. This is the thing. This is this is where we're headed right now. And this is why you're going to see so much panic, especially in the cities. This is not going to get better. This is going to get much worse before it gets any fucking better. And the thing is, what you have to do is it's not going to get better because of some group of people, white hats in government, are coming to take out and clean out the swamp.
Yeah.
You know,
Nobody's going to save
bullshit.
you.
Trust the plan, Dave. Trust the plan.
You know, nobody's going to fucking save you except you. That's it.
That's correct. And I 100% behind that. Like you have to save yourself.
You know, and
How's
listen,
that stabbing westward song?
their greatest power is their control over your mind. That is their greatest power. What they've got you to believe, how they've conned you into. Just pay attention to the way you react, and be honest with yourself. When you encounter different people throughout your day, you'll treat a doctor differently than you do an insurance guy. You know, all based on their station in life, you will be how you react to them. And people do react differently. When they meet a lawyer, oh my God, well, he's got a lot of school. They'll shut right up. Lawyer can talk shit to you and you'll fucking eat it because he's a lawyer. And a doctor, same thing. Oh, he's a miracle worker and shit.
Yeah,
You
that's
know?
the white coat thing when you're like somebody
Listen,
in a
man,
white
this is
coat.
the thing. These are just fucking people.
Yeah.
They're just people. Nobody is above you. Nobody is beneath you. We are all expressions of the infinite possibilities.
Amen.
That's it.
Yep, I agree. 1,000,000%.
I think I'm a little bit above the rest of you.
Well, it might be true. That might be true there.
I was probably ranting a little hard too. So, but yes, I in general in aggregate.
And you never rant.
Yeah.
And so nobody has any right over you or
No.
authority over you unless you give them authority over you.
Yeah, you have to consent to it.
I mean, that's
You do. You have to consent
not
to it.
true, though, right? Because
No, the
that's
only
what coercion
alternative
is.
is
That's what
violence.
force is, right?
Yeah,
like
but-
that might
right,
be true on a metaphysical level or something. But
So when
in
it comes
reality,
down to it, it's violence.
right? Exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Violence trumps consent.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, then it's not consent. Then it's forceful.
Yeah,
You
it
understand? It's not
excels the violence because you can't get any sort of traction with
That's right.
regular conversation. It excels to like hot war, right?
Right,
Like
right, right.
we're not used to that. Like most of the people in this continent that we're living on, we're not used to a hot war. Even though we had a World War II, World War I, whatever that was a hot war apparently.
Those were
But
all
like-
somewhere else.
Yeah,
Those were all somewhere else. We sat back here and ate our Doritos and went,
Exactly.
oh, I support my troops and all this other fucking bullshit. That was way over there and it wasn't here. Wait till it comes home. Wait till it
I
comes
changed
home.
my profile picture to have the little support banners several times.
This area where I live at right now in 1865 was probably as bad off as what Hiroshima looks like after the supposed bomb dropping. I mean, it was just as bad as Dresden, any other place. This whole valley was nothing but a fucking crispy goddamn ash.
And you know what's crazy is like none of us have experienced that in our whole life, unless there's some
Nope.
veterans in this chat. I'm sure you have, but we've never experienced it. We don't even know what a hot war even looks like, or if it ever was. I'm like that's what we're dealing with here. Like, it's a, what is a hot war? What does it look like? Got people shooting guns at each other, or we got people like
Thank your veterans for that because you're lucky you have never seen a hot
Well,
war.
let's take a quick examination at what is the root cause of war?
Media.
hate.
Power.
Government.
Yeah,
Propaganda?
the government of the mind, hate, they divide and conquer, like everything. It's just like-
Government. Think about it.
There's
It's
so many
because
things
of government. Who do you guys know anybody that went over and picked a fight with the Vietnamese?
Nope.
No, I don't
That-
either.
That's how
No.
fucking retarded it is. It's retarded. It's dumb.
Which one of you fuckers was responsible for going over and picking a fight with Iraq? Who did that? Was that anybody you know, or was that government?
It was the president. The president, they
Yeah.
just made it up, right?
Yeah. How about
It was,
Afghanistan?
Agent Orange.
Yeah, I mean,
How
like,
about,
what?
how about Afghanistan?
I
Who
mean,
picked a fight?
Afghanistan was very. That was an actually easy one for me because George Poppy was just dealing poppy.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
that's why he was doing that. He was just dealing in heroin. He was
But
just.
you understand what
guy.
I'm
more than
getting
one
at.
agenda,
You
though.
understand,
There's
you
always more than
understand
one
what I'm
agenda.
getting at.
Yeah.
None of us are going over there picking fights with these fucking
No,
people.
none of us are.
But we are the ones that they want to send over there to fight.
I have scoliosis.
They have to create a problem reaction.
So you can't
solution.
go. You're out of the draft.
Yeah, you're out of the draft. I have too many tattoos. They won't fucking hire
I'm
me.
sorry,
either,
Luke,
so-
Luke tried to say
I've got a criminal record.
A long line of military people, and I am very loyal to like military and all of that.
I'm of a military
Why not?
family too, so like I have that,
I
but-
really respect.
Military, listen, I'm going to tell you something. As a former member of the military, I can tell you exactly what it is. It's a brainwashed fucking cult.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, but when you're in a military family, even the most brainwashed, they still know. They still know what the truth is.
What do you think they know?
If they did,
They know
they'd
what they
put
don't
that
know.
silly nonsense down and get away from it.
What?
If they did truly know the truth, they would put that silly nonsense down and go away from it.
Hey, Saab, my dad went to Vietnam for 4 years. He volunteered to go because he wanted to kill communists. That was what his motto was. Strange.
So
Yeah.
kill other people because of
I was
their
raised in-
belief in another land.
Yeah. So your dad's a psycho, and he
My dad's
he could have
dead,
just
too.
come home and been a cop instead.
He was a cop after he got back. Dude. He's dead
I
now. He
fucking
died.
told you. Excuse the f bomb.
Yeah, my dad died from what they called Agent
Thank
Orange
God.
exposure. He had heart failure at like 56,
heart.
57.
Wow.
Yeah, he's gone now. So yeah, I put his ashes
Dude,
over
so-
San Francisco.
So think about that, though. Think about that. Okay. We had a bunch of guys get scooped up off the street, and many that volunteered because they swallowed the Kool-Aid, right?
Right.
Well, we had, and we had
indoctrinated, right? Is that what you mean? Indoctrinated.
forcibly snatched off the street through the draft, sent over to the other side of the world to fight people who were what was going on that we had to have in Vietnam again?
They took our jobs.
Like,
I mean,
what was Vietnam? Like,
We
what
took-
the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? I mean,
Vietnam.
really?
It was a money-making exercise.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's money. The French were fighting a war over
No,
there.
there was a
way
lot of
before we
money
got-
made by a lot of people.
Yeah, but why were
Yeah, they
the
were.
French and even the French, why were the French so vehemently wanting to control Vietnam? What was up with
Je ne
that?
sais pas.
It was all retarded.
It was
fucking
for
retarded.
it's the Catholic Church basically. The
No.
white Catholics that were in Vietnam.
No.
No, that's what I've heard.
It was the people that owned plantations. It was the elite, the people that were making money off of the enslavement, low wages, and raping of natural resources of Vietnam.
So they
Foreign
had to squash
interests.
any resistance.
Okay, the foreign interests. This place was known as French Indochina.
Is this one of the founded Earth Brothers on here? I know that voice. No, yes, no.
I don't know. The guy in the corner over here?
Oh, never mind. No, I'm just like
Not me.
yeah, no. I just I'm keeping track of voices and
Try
trying
to
get
stay
it
on
right.
track here, though, so we can you can understand why we got.
Yeah. And like again,
hearing voices.
Sav, I love you to death. We're gonna pop off and let you guys fucking keep going. We're gonna lurk in the background.
All right, man.
I love you guys. You guys are a fucking amazing group of
All
people.
right.
Love you.
All right,
thank you.
thanks
You
for
too.
coming on.
Love you too.
So, anyways, it was French Indochina. They had a lot of industrial interests there, as well as agricultural interests, and keeping the money flowing back to France so they could have cheap import. All right.
From Vietnam. Yeah.
Right. It was known as French Indochina at the time. And
and the Thailand stuff.
So under Ho Chi Minh, there was a rebellion formed up, a communist rebellion under the Viet Minh, they were called. And they went up against the French and finally did a massacre at a battle called Dien Bien Phu, which was kind of like Little Bighorn for the French. And they said, "Fuck it, we're losing a lot of resources trying to keep this. We're getting slaughtered. Just get the fuck on out." So they left. So then the communists started to move in and try to take over the rest of Vietnam. Well, of course, America can't let that happen. Here's interest that we can now have, right? And we had American interests there as well. So they decided that they were going to sell this to the American people through this idea of a domino effect. If one country falls to communism, then the next one will, then the next one, then the next one.
I got you.
And
I remember
it's
that
like,
too.
the only way that can actually take effect, really, though, is through one of two ways: force or with the consent of the people. And in this case, it seemed to be force. I'm still trying to figure out how it was really in the interest of the United States Armed Forces to be over there in the first place for anything at all. It just never made any sense to me. They even pulled a false flag to get us into it at the Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah.
You know,
Tonkin. Yeah.
Well, listen, guys, I am at 4 hours. I am going to land this plane. I was going to cut it like an hour ago, and I am still here. So
At least you admit that's a plane instead of a space station.
well, yeah. What do you think it was? What do you think? We actually go up to space? Come on, guys. Jesus. All right. So I want to thank everybody for coming up here tonight, and we'll be live again tomorrow night, same time, 9:35 on this channel. So be sure, if you're not subscribed, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. Be sure and comment, like, share, subscribe, all that happy shit. Flow State, you got anything coming up?
I think I'm down to 1 day away from getting out of YouTube jail.
Oh, no. What do you
tomorrow
do?
night I'll be on Raging Tomatoes panel for Mod Monday, but I'll probably be live then after that again.
What'd you get in YouTube go for?
Harassment and cyberbullying. Go
damn
figure.
No.
All right, Roger, you didn't make it to the Duffy Church today, so you got anything on that? Nothing yet.
Not yet. I mean, I just slept in. Ryan kept me up all night long over on your son's side.
Oh, Lord,
He
yeah.
talks.
Yeah, I
I'll
know.
try to get there this next Sunday. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So, Luke, what you got anything for us before we get off here?
No, just making observations. The sun's looking really weird in Thailand at the moment.
Is it? How so?
Super weird. Just the
How so?
light is different to what it used to be. It's like this white light in the clouds.
Are you in Thailand?
Yeah, you know, there's been a lot of people remarking on that. It's been a lot of people.
Are you near
Phuket? Changes with the sun. We should look at that tomorrow.
Are you near Phuket?
Bangkok.
Bangkok. Okay.
Whoever's naming these cities got to stop it.
I know they all sound dirty words and shit.
Yeah.
This area of the world is rated R. All right, guys. Pop on here tomorrow, Luke, and we'll talk about that sun, because I think that'd be something interesting. There's a lot of shit going on, and I think it's interesting that I've heard a lot of people different stuff about what their observations of the sun have been this year, and also this is the 1 year that everybody wants to go to Antarctica. I'm wondering what the fuck is really going on here. So we'll probably get into that tomorrow. I want to thank everybody for coming on. Everybody that showed up in the chat. Hey, thank y'all. Love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow right here on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Don't forget, the Lord loves the working man. Don't trust Whiting. See your doctor and get rid of him, because he'll probably fucking kill you. So we'll see you next time. Good night.
Thanks, mate.